Madam Speaker!
House resumes. And debate continues.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I actually saw the member first. Are you going to speak? I saw him first, and I indicated that. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for looking in my area. I really do appreciate that. And for yielding the cross bearer. Madam Speaker, the questions of health and the environment are many, and they impact significantly on our nation. And so I will focus most of my presentation on some fundamental issues affecting our population. On the project head P1824, we see an allocation of $5.2 million for solid waste management corporation, and that's their improvement plan. But I wonder about the neglect of such an important entity, Madam Speaker, where trucks and equipment have been left to break down and deteriorate to a state of disrepair and crisis over the years. We are aware, Madam Speaker, of an environmental levy, the intention of which is to ensure that there is efficiency in that department, but all we see is the evidence of neglect. What am I speaking about, Madam Speaker? We see the breakdown of the corporation's vehicles and equipment to the point where private vehicle use becomes the norm rather than the backup arrangement. The question is why isn't the collection from the environmental levy able to meet the basic functions of garbage collection, garbage disposal, and also, importantly, management of waste? We call ourselves, Madam Speaker, the nature isle, but how can we be the nature isle of the world with mountains of garbage all over the island? At the Fokole landfill, there's an epidemic of flies rising to the state of pestilence. And communities such as the Goodwill, Fokole, and adjoining constituencies, it's a major problem. There are so many fly-borne diseases, mosquito-borne diseases as well, rat-borne diseases. You wonder when the authorities will address that matter. So this escalation of pests is not just restricted to the landfill and the adjoining communities, but also all over the island. At the Lindo Park in Goodwill, near the head office of solid waste, there's also an epidemic of rats seen by patrons of the Lindo Park. Now, coupled with the late collection of garbage, Madam Speaker, is the breakdown in discipline of constituents placing garbage outside of the normal collection days. So yes, there is the responsibility of the individuals to ensure that they place their garbage out on the appropriate days. Evidence of the neglect of solid waste came in the form of breaking news when there was a serious accident, when there was a malfunctioning of the braking system of one of the vehicles where persons got seriously hurt. Now, Madam Speaker, on the wider issue of healthcare, there seems to be a serious concern of management at the Princess Margaret Hospital. The question is, do we have a board and management at Princess Margaret Hospital? There's so much to be done at the Princess Margaret Hospital. That is why we would recommend a core of professionals with a board and manager to ensure that our premier institution of health on island is managed properly. The whole question of staffing at the Princess Margaret Hospital, for example, in the casualty department, we wonder about the training of our professionals there. Patrons would go up to the Princess Margaret Hospital and spend as much as 8 hours waiting to be served in the casualty department. In the past, we had doctors identified for specialized training based on existing needs. Today, if with the existing PMH facility we are unable to adequately staff the hospital, we wonder about how we'll be able to do that with an upgraded Princess Margaret Hospital. Also, we wonder about when our current generation of specialists move on or move out of Dominica due to the frustrations of the system. We're hoping that the new Dominican specialists are adequately trained to replace them. Yes, Madam Speaker, we are happy to have the services of the Cuban doctors and the technical staff of the Cubans. However, there's a great need for specialist training for Dominican doctors. My recommendation, Madam Speaker, is that with immediate effect, a statutory board with CEO be appointed to manage the Princess Margaret Hospital, which will hold persons responsible for their actions. That statutory board would make recommendations for specialist training. Our sister island of St. Lucia is thankfully a second home for Dominican doctors who cannot find safe haven in their own homeland. You wonder when will Dominicans be first in their homeland. We see major projects like the West Bridge handing out to foreigners, while our own local professionals stand aside and look. In the past, when governments bore the cost of specialized training, we had a situation where the trained doctors would be bonded for a period of 5 years. We wonder about that situation now. Madam Speaker, we also have the private health insurance companies who meet the full cost of their client's bill when overseas treatment is required. But in the case of local services at the PMH, there seems to be there seems not to be the corresponding commitment by the local insurance companies. We encourage the local insurance companies that the same courtesy that they pay when patients move out of island for treatment, that the payments be made to the Princess Margaret Hospital. Madam Speaker, we have a situation where when tourists are hurt on our island, or foreigners, that we do not even have like Visa card machines, MasterCard machines, where the visitors are willing to pay. So they go away not paying by default. We need to correct that situation. Even the issue of meals, healthy meals at the PMH, or meals appropriate for diabetics, for example, that is sadly lacking because we have a situation where non-budgeted items diminish the ability of administrators to meet basic supplies and basic needs of the institution. There are situations where patients show up with letters from their PAL reps exempting them from payments to the hospital. That also impacts on the efficiency at the hospital. We even have NEP paid workers at the PMH who sometimes do not comply with instructions from senior staff at the PMH. And as a result, as they do not feel obligated under the establishment. Then we have the question of nurse migration, Madam Speaker. Yes, we've always had that problem of nurse migration, but we have to face that problem head on. We would recommend a suite of benefits like health insurance, housing allowance for our nurses, in order to ensure that we keep our nurses and slow down the pace of migration of nurses. In the nursing service and in the health service, we have a high level of discontent, also for our doctors and other healthcare workers, and we've got to address that problem head on. In last year's budget, under project head C1704, construction of a domestic geothermal plant, $46.3 million was allocated with no actual work done. In this year's budget, Madam Speaker, 2017-28, again we've seen an increased allocation of $94 million for construction of a domestic geothermal plant. The question is, Madam Speaker, if so many previous completion dates for domestic geothermal plant ahead of every coming election, I'm wondering about this $94 million. Is it also another pre-election mirage, as was the case with previous budget allocations? Under project P0925, expenditure geothermal initiative up until 2015, a total of $33.8 million was spent. I've noticed, Madam Speaker, that project head P0925 does not appear in subsequent budget of 2016 and 2017. The question is this figure of $33.8 million the full expenditure under the geothermal initiative? My research tells me that it is closer to $60 million. Under the public support program, Madam Speaker, which operates from the Office of the Prime Minister, which rightfully belongs in social services, as was done by all previous administration going back to the time of independence. Yet Prime Minister Scarrett find it fitting to have his loyal subjects knock on his prime ministerial door. So in 2013-2014 budget, $12 million was provided for public support. In 2015-2016, $19.6 million was provided. In 2016-2017, $23.3 million was budgeted. And in this budget cycle, 2017-2018, we see a whopping $45.5 million for public support. That is an average of $3.7 million per month administered out of the Office of the Prime Minister, a 100% increase from last budget. Madam Speaker, I would like to ask you today, are you aware of any other country on this planet where a red clinic or public support program operates out of the office of a Prime Minister? In Rosenhof, we welcome the new Goodwill Secondary School project, Madam Speaker, the Stock Farm Road project, and the Charles Avenue projects. In the case of the Goodwill Secondary School, we look forward to the employment of skilled carpenters from the Rosenhof constituency, or steel benders, masons, because for far too long, the young people of Rosenhof have been marginalized by this administration. We strongly recommend adequate parking for the Goodwill Secondary School, solar panels, and the inclusion of a motorable road on the eastern boundaries of the property. Yes, the school invited me, and I sat with them where certain recommendations were made to the meeting. So, Madam Speaker, there is evidently a wholesale undermining of state institutions in the Commonwealth of Dominica to the point of paralyzing this function. For example, in the police service today, promotions of senior police officers is not done on merit, the result of which is an exodus of early retirement of senior police officers frustrated by the political appointments in the police force today. I'm aware, Madam Speaker, of no less than 5 early retirements of senior police officers who are frustrated by the unfair promotions and transfers from departments where they are most competent. The morale of the police force is at its lowest ever, while serious crime is on the rise. We have a senior police officer on a daily basis, Madam Speaker, calling political talk shows. This is the very officer who is responsible for miraculously and magically causing large sums of money to disappear, and instead of facing disciplinary action by the high command of the force.
Just because you don't call a name doesn't mean that you can malign the general police like that, eh?
Yes.
That's not right, and
Yes.
I think you should cease and desist.
Okay.
And
But
you
this
need to
very
withdraw.
officer
Just
is
withdraw that and move on.
Promoted to the hierarchy of the force, Madam Speaker.
Just withdraw and then move on.
I withdraw, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, you can't
On
be
the
maligning people who are not there to
Commission
defend
today,
themselves.
a major conflict of interest issues, Madam Speaker. You have no less than 3 members of the Electoral Commission who are also passport agents, selling state property while their legitimate business.
You see how personal you're getting?
No.
5, yeah, well, 4 and the you can't do that. The people are not here. You say no less than 3. So out of 5 is 3. So therefore, they can be pinpointed. You cannot do that.
So they are members.
You see, they are not here to defend themselves, and it's a very small.
I'm not going to name any member of the Electoral
You
Commission.
don't have to name them. They're just a small group, so they can easily be identified. This is what I'm telling you. If you have a large group of persons like the police force, you're already giving a bad name to the police force, but you can't, it's not as individual. But if you have 5 people on a board, and you're saying 3 out of 5 do something, goodness gracious, you are being very personal. It can't be more personal than that.
Madam Speaker, I have not given any bad name to the police force. What part of my presentation gives a bad name?
But since, you see, that's the thing. You all don't even know when you all do stuff. The police force business has passed. I'm dealing with this one now, okay? You cannot talk about a group of 5 people and say that 3 are doing illegal things and immoral things and what is the word you used? Okay, you can't do that. Okay, so let's move on.
Okay. So, but the legitimate business and mandate of the electoral reform and free and fair election is actively undermined. Now, Madam Speaker, you also have the office of elected parliamentarians being undermined by a government in perpetual campaign mode. How is that done, Madam Speaker? You have Labour Party caretakers who appear on GIS DBS and Marpin use handing out government resources like fertilizer, NEP resources, while elected opposition PAL reps voted by the majority represent the constituency is bypassed. I therefore call on the permanent secretaries to expose and not cooperate with this illegal practice, where government resources are abused in this manner. We have examples where opposition
You see, when you say
parliamentarians-
illegal practice, you are insinuating something
I gave the
untoward was done.
example.
You can't use the word illegal practice there because you are imputing improper motive. Don't you get it? You were going so well, and I was even saying, Bodie, how I so lucky this afternoon. But there you go.
unethical practice, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
You can,
unethical.
you can say that, but not illegal, because it's a different tone altogether.
We also have, Madam Speaker, I'm going to give you an example where opposition parliamentarians' offices are undermined, where our constituency projects are blocked, where private funding has been secured, as in the case of the Linder Park project, where the committee was written to and told that they have occupied state lands illegally. So that is one example. Today, the project is still incomplete. Another example of the undermining of state institutions is where the Integrity in Office Commission is refusing to investigate ministers of government's questionable assets. Then there is the placement of large sums of money on...
But he doesn't... You see, when you say questionable assets, which you have prefaced by saying they're refusing, you are again imputing improper motive. If you had simply said assets, that's okay, but you have put it as questionable. Don't you understand what you do? Let me explain. Stop, please. Let me explain to you. You are saying that the Integrity Commission is refusing to investigate members who have questionable assets.
Yes.
That is imputing improper motive, because when you say questionable, that is where you went wrong. If you say they are refusing to certain members' assets, that's fine. But the minute you say questionable, you are imputing improper motive.
So, Madam Speaker, if questions were asked about those assets...
It is questionable
assets.
you can spin it how you want.
Questions were asked about those assets, Madam Speaker.
You just simply say asset. Once you say questionable, that is the problem. Okay?
Okay, Madam Speaker, I move on from those
Okay?
assets.
So once you say questionable assets, you're doing two things here. You're implying that the persons in charge of the... Can I speak, please, the member for Roseau Central? I'm not having any nonsense crosstalk this afternoon, eh? I've been patient enough. It's gone quite thin. Yes, let me finish explaining to you, sir. The statement that you made, followed by what you said, did two things. It puts the Integrity Commission into a bad light, so you're imputing improper motive about them. And when you say questionable assets by a member of parliament, you're imputing improper motive, so you're doing it double. So, you know, you have to just say the thing. Don't impute improper motive. It's wrong. The rules say you can't do it, so don't do it, please. Okay?
Okay. Madam Speaker, on the project head C-1528, we see the placement of large sums of money to the tune of $300,000 in the hands of the Pottersville Development Committee for a road project in Stock Farm. I'm asking myself as Parliament of Roseau North, what is $300,000 going to the Pottersville Development Committee for a project in Stock Farm? There's a Stock Farm Development Committee, there's the Public Works Department, and $300,000 is placed in the hands of the Pottersville Development Committee. I consider that to be questionable. I call on the permanent secretaries again of the relevant ministries to ensure that there is proper supervision and accounting of state funds. You are ultimately responsible. On the question, Madam Speaker, of national security and crime, in the highest court of the land, in this parliament, ministers are allowed to get away with bad behavior, Madam Speaker. Then, if we continue to allow that to happen, Madam Speaker, we will have a total breakdown of law and order in the Nature Isle. Madam Speaker. What's that? What's that? How many more minutes? How much more minutes? So how many more minutes? 4? Wow, 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 wow. So that comes from my time. Oh. No, but I don't know. No, I'm not here. No more minutes you say I have. Your mic is off, you know, Madam Speaker.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you have 4 and to 5 minutes left. 4 and to 6. Oh my God, my math is like somebody I know.
So yes,
6 minutes left.
Madam
Continue.
Speaker, in our previous sitting of Parliament, we had a member of this House display a loaded firearm in this chamber of Parliament.
One moment. You will not be able to talk about this at all because we've no proof of that. It has never gone anywhere. One man made an allegation. One man made an allegation. I never saw another man. Never saw him up to a day like today. One man came in front of me. One man only. And let me just bring this up. I want to tell you what the man told me. He said, I was going through the chamber when a member did something that made him see a firearm. And he said nothing. It's people like that who, if you say boo, they jump up and they think. He said nothing. He just later on in the afternoon came to tell me about it. That's the chronology he gave me. Continue, please. But please, just leave that alone, eh? Because it's never been proven. Thank you. No.
I was physically
That you can talk
assaulted.
about. That you can talk about.
Right. So,
That you can talk about.
so Madam Speaker,
Huh? Well, I'm waiting to hear where he's going with it.
I'm saying that I was physically assaulted by Minister Darroux. My sleeve button was torn. What's the
And what you expect, what is happening in the budget to deal with it? That's what I want to know.
Here, that was brought on, you know.
Yes.
When I mentioned to him about the firearm, that's how he physically assaulted me.
Madam Speaker,
That's how he physically
Okay,
assaulted me.
wait. We're not going to deteriorate into any kind of thing. We were going very nice and smooth. AG, just give me a chance, please. Okay? As I'm suggesting to you, you've mentioned it. Now let's finish off with the budget because you have 3 minutes left. Just concentrate on the budget and remember you haven't even spoken about your shopping basket for your constituency.
But, Madam Speaker,
So you
I
have
was
3 minutes to
disturbed
do
for about
that.
10 minutes, you know. For about 10 minutes I was being disturbed.
You have
So,
3
Madam
minutes
Speaker,
left.
I call on Police Chief Carbon to have his investigators expedite this matter because I made a report to the police station. And
But
do you
why
know,
is this
it's
coming up
almost
as-
2 months and the matter is not being... Crime and violence is a matter to be discussed in the House. Crime and violence has to
Madam
be discussed
Speaker,
in the
rise
House.
again.
Okay, a member is rising on a point of order. Standing order.
43, Madam Speaker.
Yes, 43.
I don't think it's 44 something. I think it's 43. Madam Speaker, the point of order is simply this. Two things, Madam Speaker. One, the honourable member should be addressing the budget.
Yes.
The matter he's raising is not a matter of budget. But more importantly, Madam Speaker,
National security.
more importantly, Madam Speaker, the point that the member is making is a point which I would respectfully submit he should have, if he wished to discuss the matter, put forward a substantive motion to allow that issue that he's raising to be debated and for the House to make a decision upon it, if, as he claims, it's a matter that happened and concerns the House. So, Madam Speaker, I would respectfully submit that this issue, as it's being addressed by the member, is out of order. He may wish to touch on it, but he cannot address it properly in the way that
But
he's
this
doing
is
it.
what I told him. He's mentioned it, so move on. You have. I'm going out on a limb, and I'm still giving you 3 minutes to make your shopping basket presentation.
Now, Madam Speaker, with an impressive $116 million allocated for public works for 2017 to 2018, to include projects such as the BAM and feeder roads, water waving projects, I'm calling now for the immediate retooling and restaffing of the Public Works Department. The deterioration at Public Works must end. If we have a budget of $116 million, we cannot allow the Public Works Department to deteriorate with no tools, staff being sent home. It is clear that the time is right for reorganizing, restructuring, and reestablishing a new and vibrant Public Works. Project Head C-1838, demolition of the old netball stadium, $300,000. That's the total cost just to demolish. That stadium is the Lauren Bannis Roberts disaster, Madam Speaker.
Excuse
Why
me, as
should-
far as I know, if you know her, she's Ambassador Lauren Bannis Roberts.
Yes.
She ought to be addressed properly.
Yeah, okay, so Ambassador Lauren Bannis Roberts, Madam Speaker. So, in effect, we're paying $300,000 to demolish and millions for the cost of the stadium.
Did
That
you
is
ever
the
pay?
disaster which government ministers should be held responsible for. I urge that the new National Multi-Sports Complex be given careful thought and detailed planning taken into consideration. The question of parking, traffic concerns, congestion issues, security issues, and road network consideration. I'm also registering the United
you have 1
Workers'
minute
Party
left.
policy of Dominicans first in their homeland. For too long, we have sidelined our Dominican talent. We must rekindle a legacy of pride in things Dominican. Dominican architecture, Dominican artisans, Dominican builders, Dominican engineers, Dominican doctors. This is what the United Workers' Party will bring to the national development table, Dominican pride.
Okay.
We
Okay, your
cannot
time is up,
continue
eh?
to kill the spirit of working to earn, productivity and pride in work by a 17-year-old policy of handouts.
Okay,
We
your
need to
time
get
is up.
back to work. We need to tell our youth that there is a virtue in hard
I
work.
do that, not you.
We need to create the environment for compensating hard work over the disaster of begging mentality.
Okay.
Dominicans want to work.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to make my contribution to this year's budget debate, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I get into the meat of the matter, Madam Speaker, I would like to ask the Leader of the Opposition for a copy of the response to the Prime Minister's presentation which he made this morning. Madam Speaker, because there are several inconsistencies and inaccuracies which have to be corrected in that statement. And I dare say, Madam Speaker, it may take us more than this sitting of the House to do that. So I'd really like to have a copy, Madam Speaker. No, I mean, that is seriously, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am very heartened by this budget, by what I heard yesterday. And the future is certainly bright. And Madam Speaker, we are going to deal with the facts as they are, Madam Speaker. Not speculation in the window as we heard this morning, but we are going to deal with the facts. Madam Speaker, the fact is, the most important fact here, as far as the budget is concerned, is that the economic activity in Dominica expanded in the fiscal year by 2.8%. Let us get that clear. Let us get that out of the way. And I would invite the members of the opposition who have not yet spoken to refute that fact, if you can, when you speak, Madam Speaker. The economic activity in the economy, Madam Speaker, have grown real growth by 2.8%. And Madam Speaker. And what is even more important, and what is even more heartening, is the fact that this growth was higher than the regional average, Madam Speaker, in this sub-region. And as if that was not enough, and I want the member for Roseau Central to listen to me, because you seem to be the economic guru on the other side, and I want you to challenge those facts, Madam Speaker. Even in the next fiscal year, which we are planning for, in 2017, the economy is expected to enjoy further growth, Madam Speaker. These are the facts. So when we hear things about 17-year underperformance, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we met this economy in the dumps. We met this economy in shambles when we came into office in 2000. This is not a myth. This is a well-established fact that when we came to power, the debt to GDP ratio in Dominica was 140%, Madam Speaker. And I want to explain what debt to GDP ratio is for the primary schoolers out there, Madam Speaker. For example, Madam Speaker, if you are generating debt to GDP, Madam Speaker, gross domestic product, what you are producing, the sum of all your goods and services that you are producing in the country. So you have your debt on one hand and you have your production on one. If your debt, Madam Speaker, is higher than your production, you are in the red. So any debt to GDP ratio that is higher than 100% means that for every dollar that you are making, you have to find the extra from somewhere else. So when in 2000, after United Workers' Party left office, Madam Speaker, our debt to GDP ratio was 140%. It means we were spending $1.40 for every dollar that we were making, Madam Speaker. We were in the red. And that is why we know it's a fact that public servants could not be paid at the end of the month. It's a fact. Nobody disputes that. Madam Speaker, we know for a fact that government employees, public servants' contribution to the Dominica Social Security was not paid, and the government was owing Dominica Social Security millions. We know that there were millions of dollars of unpaid checks in the Treasury that could not have been drawn, Madam Speaker. These are the facts. Madam Speaker, as soon as the IMF came in, the IMF advised government to divest its majority shares in the NBD, so never again could the bank suffer, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I want a proper word, the abuse that it had suffered between the years of 1995 to 2000. So when we're speaking about 17 years of underperformance, when we came to office, Madam Speaker, we had to repair the economy. We had to close the fiscal gap. We had to bring that 40%, Madam Speaker, 140% down under 100%, to bring our debt to GDP ratio in line, Madam Speaker, with the acceptable figure as required, Madam Speaker, the prudential limit that is called, Madam Speaker. And today, Madam Speaker, we enjoy a debt to GDP ratio of 65%, which is below the regional average, and nobody can tell that. Madam Speaker, when we talk about a failed policy of inclusion, Madam Speaker, this government has the record as far as inclusion is concerned. I do not even want to go as far back as 2000, when we invited our arch-rivals to join us, Madam Speaker, to develop the country. When persons from the other side walked the floor and we embraced them with open arms. I don't want to go as far back as that, Madam Speaker. I will go as far back as Tropical Storm Erica. When Tropical Storm Erica hit this country, Madam Speaker, the Honourable Prime Minister, Dr. Roosevelt Skerrit, in his usual magnanimous approach, invited the members of the opposition to sit in cabinets, Madam Speaker, to seek and formulate an approach to the recovery of the country, Madam Speaker. No sooner had they attended one or two meetings, they had to go back to their old self and their old ways, Madam Speaker, because a leopard can never change its paws. And as soon as they left the cabinet room, they held a press conference, Madam Speaker, criticizing and denigrating the government's, Madam Speaker, approach to bringing the country back to a state of normalcy. The government attempt to bring people together in unity and in love, in brotherhood, when we were faced with a disaster. And no sooner had they received and accepted the invitation, they went and held a press conference to criticize the approach of the government. So this is not a surprise for us. This is the modus operandi. This is the way of doing things of the opposition, Mr. Speaker. So when we hear them speaking about parliamentary involvement and bipartisan approach, these are just mere words. Words that have never been backed up by any tangible, concrete actions on their part. And I would tell you why that is so. Because we have the evidence. Here it is, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister again, boy, God bless his soul, Mr. Speaker, because I don't know him. The Prime Minister, after suffering so much criticism by the opposition in and outside of Dominica, and we know what the leader of the opposition did on the 1st of January, but I will come to that. He called for a forum at the State House so that we could sit and discuss a way forward and the future of the citizenship by investment program in the light of the damage that had been done by the opposition. The opposition never attended, Mr. Speaker. They failed to show up. Not one single solitary member of the opposition took up that invitation to come to that forum, Mr. Speaker. Again, Mr. Speaker, we see another regional activity where the country, Mr. Speaker, is recognized by our regional peers. I mean, the opposition is a government in waiting, you know. The leader of the opposition is supposed to be a prime minister in waiting, you know. If, God forbid, something were to happen and we were to lose the election, this is the government of the day. You have a regional activity like the changeover of the chairmanship of the Monetary Council, a council and an organization which you must understand how it operates. You have to be a regionalist. Mr. Speaker, you have to understand the fundamentals of CSME and how the integration process operates. You have to understand the workings of the Monetary Council. You refuse to attend an important activity like that, and then you want to come to this house this morning.
Point of clarification. Honourable Minister for Energy, Trade, and what? Energy, Trade, and what? Energy, Trade, and what? I was off island.
You don't have to clarify. No, you don't have to clarify.
No, but Mr. Speaker.
No.
The gentleman is standing there telling blatant lies.
But we're not going to allow that. You're imputing improper motives. Please,
I was not in the country. I could not
seat.
attend the meeting. I was attending a regional meeting in Barbados.
Mr. Speaker, let me help the leader of the opposition. First of all, you cannot stand on a point of clarification in the middle of my presentation. I didn't have to yield, but it's all right. I yielded to him. And secondly, I said you did not attend. Why and if you did not attend, Mr. Speaker, is irrelevant. Whether you were in and out of the country, man, is irrelevant. You did not attend, and neither did any single member of the opposition attend that activity. So when we stand here and we're talking about bipartisan approach, and you want to see the budget before we come here, and you want to be part of the process, you have not shown by your ways and your actions that you're interested in any serious dialogue. You have not shown that. So don't come here in this honorable house giving Dominicans the impression that you're interested in bipartisan approaches to the governance of this country, Mr. Speaker. Two important activities after your statement in the United States of America on CBS television news, a television program that has a viewership of millions. You said what we have is a mail-to-order program. And you know what the U.S. could have done, Mr. Speaker? You know, Mr. Speaker, the threats that were posed by that statement to our citizenship by investment program. Mr. Speaker, a program right now that we look in this budget, Mr. Speaker, which is providing tremendous relief by and large throughout Dominica, Mr. Speaker. Damage the program. That is not statesmanship. That is not patriotism, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is cheap politicking. That is what it's called. And history will record those who practice cheap politics, Mr. Speaker. That is what history will do, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, they don't come to functions. They don't participate. So we know when we talk about Parliament, it's just called on to rubber stamp the budget, Mr. Speaker. That is what the budget debate is for. The budget debate is for us to debate, Mr. Speaker, all of the measures in the budget. And the leader of the opposition and the members of the opposition have the opportunity to produce and present alternatives, tangible, workable alternatives. We heard nothing from the leader of the opposition this morning which says that this is a tangible alternative, Mr. Nothing, absolutely not. Not one point, Mr. Speaker, I can look and say, okay, yes, the leader of the opposition said instead of X, you'll do Y. Instead of spending CBI money on NEP, you spend it on housing. Instead of, not one single solitary suggestion came from them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition said this morning that the budget fails to show the CBI money will place the country on a growth path to grow the economy. So, Mr. Speaker, the CBI funds is funding the Kapinski Hotel. When you build the hotel and you put people to work permanently and sustainably, what is a growth path, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, the CBI money will be placed, Madam Speaker, a fund will be established in which the Prime Minister said we will deposit $5 million monthly, Mr. Speaker, to create and to build the international airport, to bring more tourists to Dominica. This is a sustainable growth measure, Mr. Speaker. When you have the international airport, Mr. Speaker, when you have Jungle Bay, Mr. Speaker, Jungle Bay was destroyed by Tropical Storm Erica through no fault of anybody, through an act of God. One of the most popular accommodation at its time in the country and maybe even in the region of its type, the rustic type and rustic nature of Jungle Bay. Jungle Bay was enjoying several international accolades, Mr. Speaker. Tropical Storm Erica, through an act of God, caused a landslide and the place was destroyed. The proprietor of Jungle Bay decided that he wanted to rebuild the property. He came to the government. Mr. Speaker, we suggested a particular property to him. Mr. Speaker, you have politicians who seek to be leaders in this country, Mr. Speaker, telling the man to build the hotel under this government. And all of the jobs that are to be created in Soufriere, all of the fishermen to sell their fish. In Scott said, Mr. Speaker, all the way back to Grand Bay, Bellevue, Chopin, Petit Savane, people will come with their provision and their vegetables. People in Roseau South, in Newtown, and in Loubier. The direct and indirect jobs that can be created as a result of that. You're telling the man, don't rebuild the hotel under this government, and you want to tell me you're interested in bipartisan cooperation, Mr. Speaker? 100 jobs already created. What would the people who are there now working presently, Mr. Speaker, where would they be? 100 jobs already created, Mr. Speaker. We have, Mr. Speaker, the people of the Petit Savane community. Tropical Storm Erica destroyed their community. Lives were lost. People's homes were destroyed. Mr. Speaker, people who built their homes and took mortgages in the bank to build their properties cannot even go back to their properties now. The government, through the citizenship by investment program, has rebuilt the small village in center in Jubic, has completely rebuilt Jubic, and everybody has been settled. The government is now in the process of resettling Petit Savane. You couldn't find not even that, Mr. Speaker. 108 jobs now created, and many more sustainable jobs to be. It's not sustainable development, Mr. Speaker. Long-lasting. One man can get up in the morning and go to work, and he have a lasting job for the rest of his life because of the creation of communities, because of the creation and the building and construction of hotels. He can go to the bank and he can take a mortgage, a 20-year mortgage, a 30-year mortgage, and build his home. That is what sustainable jobs are all about. That is what the government is doing, not trying to do, Is doing. And all we are trying to do is to expand that. And you could not say not one solitary word about that in your response to the budget, Mr. Speaker. Not one word. You said the budget is protecting the interests of a few. Mr. Speaker, all of the 2,000 people, all of the 2,000 young people around Dominica today who can leave their home and go to a job, who can feed their children, all the single mothers can feed their children. Mr. Speaker, we have university graduates who we have placed in job placements. We have graduates from the Dominica State College who are at work today, who don't want to go and study, are at work today, Mr. Speaker. And you call them protecting the interests of a few. That's a few. Mr. Speaker, the monies that we have placed at the aid bank for the farmers at the cheapest rate available in the region today, in CARICOM today, there is nowhere else you can go to, no bank you can go to in Grenada or Antigua or anywhere else and get money at 3% interest, Mr. Speaker, with a year grace period, Mr. Speaker. All of the hoteliers, Mr. Speaker, all of the hoteliers who keep telling us for years, Mr. Speaker, that because they were operating for a number of years, their plant and equipment have run down, Mr. Speaker, and cannot now attract. Mr. Speaker, I don't need protection. I don't need protection from the opposition, Mr. Speaker. Let the people of Dominica see the reaction of the opposition to our presentation of the budget. I want the people of Dominica to see them. I don't need the protection from you, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect. So, Mr. Speaker, all of the hoteliers whose plant and equipment is now old, and they have to compete with the newer, more recent plants on island and even off island, because tourism is a competitive business. The government have placed $15 million at the aid bank so that those hotel plants can upgrade their plant at interest rates that can be found nowhere else in the Caribbean. You could not say anything about that this morning. You couldn't say, well, okay, take all the 3%, give it to them at 1%, expand the grace period. Nothing at all. There's nothing. An important sector, an important demographic. Mr. Speaker, your statement is that the budget is protecting the interests of a few. Which few, Mr. Speaker? The farmers, the banana farmers. Mr. Speaker, again, through no fault of the government, Black Sigatoka is ravaging the Eastern Caribbean. Martinique and Guadeloupe is spending millions on Black Sigatoka. St. Lucia have been spending millions to control Black Sigatoka. It is not a disease that is germane to Dominica, Mr. Speaker. But you see that we are spending money. We brought in 15,000 plantlets and we distributed it to the farmers, Mr. Speaker. Our first 15,000 plantlets. We brought in a second 15,000 plantlets, which will be distributed in August, free of charge. Not one farmer, Mr. Speaker, will be charged $1 for those plantlets, although it costs government thousands of dollars to import those plantlets. And again, in August, while we are distributing the mature, strong plantlets, resistant plantlets, we have already placed on order a third 15,000 plantlets for the banana industry, Mr. Speaker. So when we say the budget is not clear, and it's not fair, well, if you're driving in the dark with your lights off, Mr. Speaker, you cannot see what is in front of you. And that is what the opposition have been doing for years, driving in the dark. I have been here, Mr. Speaker, I have been here for 17 years, and I cannot pinpoint one possible, tangible solution or suggestion to anything in a budget debate that the opposition have brought. Successive opposition leaders, Mr. Speaker, every single, not one suggestion that could be implemented by this honorable government, Mr. Speaker. The budget's response was just prose, fine prose. You know, when you sit behind a council and you're having a radio talk show, it's just fine prose, Mr. Speaker. But nothing out of there that we could take, Mr. Speaker. A finance committee of cabinet. A finance committee of cabinet. So a finance committee of parliament of parliament or cabinet. So what So you're making the financial secretary redundant? You're making the budget controller, you're sending them home? What, you're dismissing the entire Ministry of Finance? You have top public servants who have distinguished themselves in helping to stabilize the economy in tough times. I don't understand that, Mr. Speaker. A finance committee, you're rewriting the constitution of Dominica. Mr. Speaker, these are constitutional appointed offices, you know. It's not the Dominica Labour Party or Dr. Roosevelt Skerry, the Honourable Prime Minister of Dominica, who get up on Friday morning and appointed persons, you know, Mr. Speaker. These are constitutionally appointed offices, appointed by the Constitution to perform, Mr. Speaker, particular roles as far as the preparation of the budget is concerned, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the leader of the opposition says that he will abolish the contingency fund warrant, Mr. Speaker, we have learned a lot from the days between 95 and 2000, Mr. Speaker. We have learned a lot about LPO fiasco, Mr. Speaker. LPO fiasco. Do you remember when Hurricane Lenny struck Dominica?
Hello. Hello. Order, please. Order. I have had enough. I've really had enough. I have had enough. Let us allow the member to make his contribution. The other members who have not made their contributions will have the opportunity to speak. Let's do this properly. We have the young ladies taking note. They need to hear exactly what is going on. So, Honourable Member, please continue.
Elections with integrity. All of a sudden now we come up with this term and this phrase, election with integrity. So in 1990, Mr. Speaker, when the Dominican Labour Party lost the elections, there was elections with integrity. And there was a new party on the scene which won 6 seats in their first trial at the polls. There was no question about election with integrity. Mr. Speaker, when that same party became the government of the day in 1995, there was no question about election with integrity. There was no question at all. All was fair, all was nice and dandy, Mr. Speaker. But all of a sudden, Madam Speaker, today, because the people of Dominica go to the polls free and fair and elect a government they believe is working in their interest, Mr. Speaker, all of a sudden we have integrity issues. For what? 8 elections since independence, 1980, 85, 90, 95, 2000, 2005, 2009, 2014. 8 elections since post-independence, Mr. Speaker. All of a sudden, we have questions about integrity. Well, okay, we have questions of integrity. So the government again, Mr. Speaker. This government, I tell you, will go down in history, you know, Mr. Speaker, for extending the olive branch. Will go down in history for extending the olive branch. This government, Mr. Speaker, in the interest of good governance, of transparency, of reaching across the aisle, of burying the hatchet, Mr. Speaker, after the guys burned down Roseau, Mr. Speaker, after we had fire and flames, which guys? Mr. Speaker, I call nobody's name. Mr. Speaker, I call nobody's name.
I know you didn't call anybody's name, but please.
Mr. Speaker, please. We came to the House with the same election reform legislation, Mr. Speaker. We came to the House and they blockaded the House of Assembly outside the gates, Madam Speaker, to the point where parliamentarians were marooned inside and in the precincts of the House of Assembly, Mr. Speaker. To the point where, Mr. Speaker, we had to withdraw the legislation, Mr. Speaker. And it was legislation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it was legislation, Mr. Speaker, that was going to grant them that which they wished, Mr. Speaker. It was legislation geared at clarifying the issue, Mr. Speaker, of treating. So, Mr. Speaker, when they speak about treating, Mr. Speaker. The meaning of bribery is if you give somebody something to do something other than what they would have not done for a reward. That is what bribery is, you know. So, Mr. Speaker, if you get up on a Sunday morning and you put your clothes going to church, and I tell you, Mr. Speaker, let us go down the road and take a drink, and I will buy the drinks. That is bribery. You understand what I'm saying? But if somebody in a foreign land, Mr. Speaker, comes down on their own free will, and you don't know where they're going to vote, you don't know how they're going to vote, and they put their X, and you didn't influence them to put the X on the left, if they had decided to put it on the right, Mr. Speaker, that can't be bribery. So what I would advise Dominicans in the diaspora, because you see, this is the party that want to disenfranchise overseas voters from voting, you know, Mr. Speaker. This is it. They want to take away the birthright of Dominicans, legitimate Dominicans who want to come home to exercise their franchise. They want to take it away. But I want to inform all the people in the diaspora to avoid the so-called issues of bribery. Put your red t-shirt on you when you come into the airport. And I vote in Labour, so nobody wouldn't have no questions about what you're going to do and how you're going to do it. Because you cannot bribe somebody to do that which they intended to do, Mr. Speaker. That is what must happen, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, when I hear the leader of the opposition, talking about elections with integrity,
Order, please. Order, members, please.
Mr. Speaker, because that is the definition, you know, for bribery. If you convince somebody to do something against the intention of which they wanted to do for a reward, if you change their intention, that is bribery, that is what it is. And we're listening to the leader of the opposition this morning speaking about elections with integrity, Mr. Speaker. Fair access to the media. Fair access to the media, Mr. Speaker, in this day and age. Where were you, Mr. Speaker, in 1999? Where were you in 1999, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, the radio station, DBS, is a business. It's a business. And anybody can go to DBS at any time. You pay your money, and you can go, and you buy your time. You buy your time. Mr. Speaker, it is not no extra influence that the Labour Party has over DBS Radio. DBS is a business like Kyrie FM or QFM or Vibes Radio. You go to the radio, the manager tells you, sir, $100 for 1 hour, $250 for an advertisement, $50 for what's on, but we do it every day. We have village fees, and we pay to put our advertisements. So all politicians have equal access to any radio station in Dominica, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, $30 a voter. $30 a voter. I wonder if I hear right, Mr. Speaker. $30 a voter, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is all I will say on that. So, Mr. Speaker, when we speak, Mr. Speaker, about a growing unemployment problem, Mr. Speaker, that is not what the facts indicate, Mr. Speaker. That is not what the facts indicate. If you check the facts, Mr. Speaker, you will see that the unemployment rate in Dominica has actually dropped, Mr. Speaker, in Dominica. I mean, and that is why it is important for us to have our facts when we speak, you know. We have to have our facts, you know. We cannot, it is irresponsible for politicians to stand here and make statements that are covered by, far and wide in the world and make false statements. Mr. Speaker, I have already told you what our GDP was in 1999. Let me tell you, the Caribbean Development Bank, the CDB, not Dr. Roosevelt Skerrit, you know, or not the FS, you know, or not the budget controller, you know, Mr. Speaker. The CDB, the Caribbean Development Bank, reported that in the late 1990s, 97, 98, 99, who was in power? Who was in power? The highest poverty levels in Dominica existed in the late 1990s. The highest poverty levels, the highest level of poverty existed in the 1990s, Mr. Speaker. Check it out. And Madam Speaker, the same authority reported that in 2010, there was a significant reduction in poverty in Dominica. Significant reduction in poverty. And I have the statistics. Take your pen and paper, Honourable Member for the Salisbury Constituency, and write that down, Mr. Speaker. If you can. Poverty had dropped in 2003. Mr. Speaker, in 2003, poverty was 39%. The legacy of United Workers' Party in office. In 2003, the poverty rate was 39%. In 2009, the poverty rate had dropped to 28% under the Dominica Labour Party, Madam Speaker. This is the work of, and it is lower now. It's lower now, I guarantee you. I guarantee you that it is lower now, Mr. Speaker, even now. Go and check the facts. So when we talk about the years of neglect, where is the years of neglect? We had to repair the damage before we came to the House with that kind of budget which we are presenting, a budget of hope, Mr. Speaker, a budget that signals a paradigm shift, Mr. Speaker, a budget that takes us to the next level by placing the factors and the means of production in the hands of our people, Mr. Speaker, giving them the means to produce more, giving them the means to generate revenue, to earn income on their own. That is what we are talking about by this new budget that we are presenting to you. You're talking about a growing unemployment problem, and the facts doesn't say that. Years of neglect, and the facts do not say that, Mr. Speaker. Gains under Freedom Party, we heard about it this morning, and he almost forgot to say United Workers' Party. It came as an afterthought. It wasn't even written in the printed text of which he read, Mr. Speaker. Which gains? But that is not what the facts tell us, Mr. Speaker. NEP has done little to alleviate the fears of young people who cannot find meaningful employment. Mr. Speaker, NEP has been in place now, Mr. Speaker, for a number of years. We started off originally, we said that we wanted to have only 400 people on the program. 4 years ago, 400 people, Mr. Speaker. Today, the program has grown to 2,000 people all over the country. I drive from the north to the south and back every day to come to work. And I can tell you, it is a marvelous job that these young people are doing as far as beautification and cleanup is concerned around the country. And I am told that there are some teams in the east, like in La Plaine and in the Kalinago territory and all over Dominica, who are doing marvelous work under the NEP, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Education is boasting higher levels of achievement at the school-based assessment, grade 6 school-based assessment, because we have our mentors at the primary schools working with the slower students on after lessons and helping the teachers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last year, we spent 11 million on the NEP. We gave to the private sector through salaries and payment of social security and that sort of thing, Mr. Speaker, in the region of $6 million direct help by placing our interns at private sector institutions to help the private sector. Direct assistance to the private sector, Mr. Speaker. The government has failed spectacularly at generating growth. And this is not what the figures have told us. The budget grew in this fiscal year. When you all speak, I want you to challenge that figure, Mr. Speaker. And I will repeat it again, for you. I'll repeat it again, Economic activity expanded. There was real growth of 2.8%. Challenge that when you say that the economy didn't grow. And the economy is expected to grow even further in 2017, Mr. Speaker. These 2017, 2018, Mr. Speaker. These are the facts. Mr. Speaker, grant revenue have fallen. But we came here in 2015 and we were laughed at, we were jeered at the budget. The opposition said we couldn't raise money. We couldn't raise money, Mr. Speaker. And now that we are boasting a windfall because of what this government have been able to do with the Citizenship by Investment program, in spite of the attacks on that program by the opposition, we say, Mr. Speaker, that grant revenue have fallen. But this is not what the figures show us, Mr. Speaker. This is not what the figures show us. And if we have serious issues with the procurement laws, I challenge you to name one breach of the procurement law so far. Don't put out general statements. Don't cast aspersions and innuendos. Don't make false statements in the air in generality. Bring your facts to substantiate the statements which you make. And I challenge you to tell me which section of the procurement laws have been breached. Mr. Speaker, but every pal rep here on this side of the house, I know for a fact, will tell you, when we want to do things for our constituents, we want to build a road, we go to the Ministry of Communication and Works, they have to bring us back and bring us forth and make sure your papers are in order, and the Ministry of Finance will send back the application. The Prime Minister, if the application is not in order, will send it back to the Ministry of Communication and Works. The Minister of Communication and Works is almost frustrated by the amount of hoops that we have to jump to do a little road in our constituency. To do 100 feet of road, which is less than $200,000, you have to go and get 3 contractors, and the 3 contractors have to bid, and then when they bid, the money can't come to you, the money have to go to the village council, and the mayor or the chairman have to tell you that you have to spend the money like that, and the contractor gets 30%. Mr. Speaker, there is no pal rep here that I know that have any control over monies given for constituency empowerment. Mr. Speaker, to the point where the Marigot Village Council have been given monies up to 2 years ago, so $300,000. When I heard the leader of the opposition stand here and he read out a litany of things to be done, Kayambuk Road to be fixed, that bridge to be done, this one, the dam, even some of the members on that side thought that he was using indecent language, and I'll tell him no, that is actually a road in Marigot. There is $300,000, the dam bridge. $300,000 sitting, Mr. Speaker, at the Marigot Village Council as we speak, and the leader of the opposition doesn't even know that, Mr. Speaker, in his very constituency, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want him to point out to me which breach of the procurement laws. Tell me which breach, Mr. Speaker. Targeting growth. We boasting, Mr. Speaker, of growth of 2.8%, and we say the economy will even grow further in the next fiscal year. And the leader of the opposition tells us that he wants to see a growth rate of 5 to 7%. Where in the region, where in the CARICOM, forget the CARICOM, Mr. Speaker, where in the monetary union you have growth of 5%, Mr. Speaker? Where in the monetary union you have growth of 5%, Mr. Speaker? After having come from, Mr. Speaker, where we were in 2000, 2001, 2002, and today we are enjoying growth after Erica, less than hardly 2 years after Tropical South America, that wiped out 95% of our gross domestic product. We should be reeling under Erica right now. People should be in tents. After Hurricane David, people were in the gardens and in the Windsor Park. 2 years after Hurricane David in tents. After tropical storm in Louisiana, 10 years after, people were still living in the stadium in tents. Mr. Speaker, today, people are already placed in their homes, comfortably built. Mr. Speaker, you're talking about 5% and 7% growth? I mean, boy, God hates an ungrateful person, you know, Mr. Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, we talk about the banks not lending money. But the government has no control over the banks. Even the National Bank of Dominica, Mr. Speaker, which was controlled by the government in the late 1990s, as soon as we brought the IMF in, you know what was the first recommendation of the IMF? Divest your shares, divest controlling shares in the National Bank of Dominica. And why did they tell us to divest controlling shares? Why? Because the government before had abused the bank to the point of bankruptcy. So the first prescription of the IMF was divest your majority shares on the board of the bank. So when you tell us about the banks have ample liquidity. The First Caribbean Bank is not controlled by the government of Dominica. The Royal Bank and the Scotia Bank is not controlled by the government of Dominica. The credit union, there was a certain credit union who boasted of millions of dollars in profit last month. Thank you very much. The National Cooperative Credit Union boasted millions of dollars in profit, but the government cannot come to the NCCU and say, drop your interest rates to 3%. We did that where we can or where we could. And where we could do that was at the Aid Bank. So we gave the Aid Bank money for tourism and agriculture, and after this budget, manufacturing. And we said to drop your interest rates to 3%. That is where we had, that is what we had control over, and that is what we have done for the people. And you heard the housing initiatives to come, where we will work with Dominica Social Security to make affordable housing available to the middle class. So the teachers and the policemen and the nurses who want to build and the public servants who want to build will be able to have monies available to them. We will build the development, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, and make it available to the middle class housing while we continue the housing revolution. While we continue the housing revolution, Mr. Speaker, that is what we will continue to do for the people of the Commonwealth of Dominica, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it is not just the government we are not the ones blowing our trumpet, you know. We are not the ones blowing our trumpet. It is all the international organizations who are speaking about the great job that this government continues to do, Mr. Speaker. And the leader of the opposition is right, that we were not the ones who started the Citizenship by Investment program. It was called the Economic Citizenship Program. And it was there, Madam Speaker, years ago, in 1993, the program had started under Greystone. And we know the fiasco of Greystone. We know what happened with Greystone. We know that neither the Minister of Finance or the Attorney General in the years 1995 to 2000 controlled the escrow account. We know that the escrow account was controlled by the promoter Greystone and the Prime Minister of the country at the time. Today, not one politician can sign on any account of the escrow, not the Prime Minister, who is the Minister of Finance, not anyone, not even the Attorney General, Mr. Speaker. Those accounts are controlled by top public officers. In other words, we are the ones who have put the checks and balances in place to ensure that the program is as successful as it is today. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, we are the ones, everybody knows, that we are the ones who implemented the real estate option of the program. We are the ones who implemented the Economic Diversification Fund, so that persons now could come, if they're not interested in the real estate option, they could invest in the cash option, so that we have a pool of funds that we could use to buy chalk to put in the schools, we could use to buy medicines to put in the hospital, we could use to fix the road. We are the ones who implemented the diversification fund, Madam Speaker. This is the work of this government. That is the work that we continue to do, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when you talk about population increase as a result of passport sales, and we don't know who the citizens are, why are we doing that? Why are we doing that? We're supposed to be responsible men and women here in this honorable House of Assembly. Every single successful applicant to the Citizenship by Investment program is registered in the Gazette of Dominica. Registered in the Gazette. Anybody can go to the printery and buy a Gazette and read it. Every single citizen is placed. And I think, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, that Dominica is the only country with the program who has that requirement. That every single successful applicant is registered in our Gazette, published in the Gazette, Mr. Speaker. So they keep coming here and tell us, Mr. Dan, don't misrepresent the facts. This is not fair to the public who's listening to us. We're concerned about sale of passports in terrorism hotspots. In terrorism hotspots. Mr. Speaker, but Madam Speaker, but there are other places in the Caribbean right now who have citizens who have gone to Syria and Libya to fight alongside ISIS. Right here in the Caribbean, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the bombing in parts of Europe, like Paris and Belgium and those other parts, were not caused by terrorists coming in. They were caused by citizens of these countries, Madam Speaker. So when we talk about we're dealing with terrorism hotspots, what is that? What exactly do you mean by that? Madam Speaker, there were bombings in the United States caused by United States citizens. Madam Speaker, so where is a terrorist hotspot? Everywhere in the world is a terrorist hotspot. But it doesn't mean that you are going to tie your hands and tie your feet and not move ahead with your citizenship by investment program, because every single applicant is properly vetted. We have a due diligence process that is second to none in the Caribbean, Madam Speaker. And we are not the first ones to have a citizenship by investment program, you know. There are about 20 or 30 other countries around the world that have programs. The Great United States of America has a program called an EB-5 program that you can go and invest and you're entitled to become a citizen. In the United Kingdom, there is a program. Right here in the Caribbean, Madam Speaker, St. Kitts has a program, Antigua has a program, St. Lucia just started a program, Grenada has a program, Madam Speaker, so it's not us. You know, and when we talk about, you know, that is why the US has issued an advisory and we have the corresponding banking issues today. That is not so at all. That is not so at all. Because, Madam Speaker, you have countries in the Caribbean today. St. Vincent doesn't have a program. Barbados doesn't have a program, Madam Speaker. In fact, the Prime Minister of St. Vincent, Dr. Ralph Gonsalves, is one of the harshest critics of any citizenship program. Yet, he has corresponding banking issues. I am happy that the member for Salisbury is shaking his head in agreement. So it is not the citizenship by investment programs that is causing the corresponding banking issues that we have today, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we had, I mean, let's trace the attitude of the more developed countries and the first world to the third world countries, you know. Let us go back to bananas, you know. We had our bananas. We cannot compete with Costa Rica and Peru. One estate in Central and South America is bigger than Dominica. People growing bananas with tractors, Madam Speaker. When they harvesting is on trains, they harvesting bananas. Chiquita, Dole, and Del Monte have bigger estates than Dominica in those places. Yet still, we saw that we were challenged, our preferential treatment was challenged. They said that it was unfair for our bananas to enjoy preferential treatment on the UK market. They took us to the World Trade Organization, WTO. We lost the preferential treatment. Bananas gone through. We come back again, Mr. Speaker. We burst our brains. We got innovative. We got creative. We had the offshore banking sector. Don't forget that. We had the offshore banking sector where persons of high net worth could invest and open an account here. International business people, Madam Speaker. Again, those big countries, they come with the FATF and the Egmont Group and all kind of things, Madam Speaker, and cause us to have to change our laws. Madam Speaker, we went and we changed our laws to satisfy their requirements. Lo and behold, the entire offshore banking sector crashed. Was it something that we had done? We were blacklisted, Madam Speaker. It was something that we have done. We come up again, Madam Speaker, now that we have the citizenship by investment program. Again, they see that we have a program that is causing us to generate millions through our ingenuity. They are coming again, Mr. Speaker. So that is a way that the developing countries keep the third world in check. Keep us in check. You mustn't do anything for yourself. You must come with cap in hand and beg and go to the IMF and go to the World Bank. And that is what they are, and go to the EU for money every time. But this government under this Prime Minister says that by the sweat of our brow and the brains that we have in our head, we will bring prosperity to the people of Dominica. And that is what we continue to do, Mr. Speaker. And that is what we are trying to do. That is what we have been doing with the citizenship by investment program, Mr. Speaker. And it is clear we have the program on all fours. We have the program well organized, and it's working for us. And the opposition must stop their attack against the citizenship by investment program. Stop it. St. Vincent don't have a program. They have been de-risked. They have been threatened with de-risk. In Jamaica doesn't have a program. Barbados doesn't have a program. Belize doesn't have a program, Madam Speaker. And we see they're facing the same problems that we have faced. So when we hear our Royal Bank account was closed down because of nefarious activity, I mean, we mustn't say that. We mustn't make statements here that cannot be substantiated by facts, because that is not the case, Mr. Speaker. That is not the case. Every single country in the CARICOM have been affected by the de-risking issue, even those who have no citizenship by investment program, Mr. Speaker. Because I'm not going to say that, Mr. Speaker, all the countries of the Caribbean are affected. So you're speaking at both sides of your mouth now. You're speaking at both sides of your mouth. One time, Dominica had problems with Royal Bank because of de-risking, because of our citizenship program, and then you come back and tell us now all the countries of the Caribbean have the same de-risking problem. Speaking at the both sides of your mouth. But we understand that, Mr. Speaker, and that is okay. And Madam Speaker, when we speak, Madam Speaker, we speak as if this government just came to office, and then before this government, there was no government in office. We speak like it was 2000 that we became independent, and there was no government before us. So what happened to Christopher Skase, the fugitive from Australia, who was running from the law and ended up here because of the citizenship program, the re-engineered program? What happened to Al-Masari, the fugitive that ended up here because of the Labour Party was not in power when Christopher Skase and Al-Masari, fugitives from the law, were running, Mr. Speaker? We were not in power yet, Madam Speaker. We were not in power yet, Madam Speaker, when the venture capital fund that was put in the aid bank was abused. We were not in power yet. We were not in power yet when the Trinidad contractors came down here to do the Watton Waven Road and got the contract for $6 million, subcontract it, and they don't know where the rest of the money passed, Mr. Speaker. We were not in power yet when those things were happening, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. And we say, Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition said that he's going to abolish the geothermal program. Madam Speaker, when I heard that, I said, no. I cringed. I said, no, I didn't hear it. You're going to abolish the geothermal program, Mr. Speaker? You're going to do away with the geothermal program completely, Mr. Speaker? You're going to come with wind. You're going to come with wind, and you're going to come with solar. And you're going to come with hydro, and we have hydro already. Madam Speaker, that is a program that we have invested $50 million to date. 50 million. We have drilled holes. We have found the power successfully. Madam Speaker, we are now going on. We are ending negotiations with Domlec so that when we have the power, we can sell it to Domlec, and Domlec can make it available to the consumers at a price they can afford. Right now, Dominica's electricity rates is the highest in the region. And you know why? 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 Because it was the United Workers' Party who sold Domlec under their reign. Madam Speaker, United Workers' Party sold Domlec.
You have 5 minutes left. You have 5 minutes left.
Madam Speaker, I move that the honourable member be given an extra 10 minutes to complete his presentation.
Madam Speaker.
And can we bring it to the vote?
Sorry.
Can we have a seconder? It has been moved and seconded, but the honourable member be given a further 10 minutes to complete his presentation. And I will put it to the vote now. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. You may continue. It seems somebody else wants to give you an hour. Can I put that to the vote?
And we have to be serious in this house, you know. We have to be serious in this house, you know. Because facts cannot be erased, you know. Facts are incontrovertible, you know. Facts are like the laws of nature, you know. As the east is to the west, as the sun will rise in the morning and set in the evening, Madam Speaker, the facts cannot be changed, Madam Speaker. Cannot be changed, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, thank God today, we are hearing about tangible efforts to build the international airport, Madam Speaker. In 1999, when we were nearing the 2000 general elections, the United Workers' Party went to Trinidad and borrowed $150 million from Royal Merchant Bank and Royal Bank of Trinidad and Tobago at 14% interest rate. 14% interest. That is a commercial rate to do capital projects. Right now we're hearing about interest rates at 3% in the State Bank. They borrowed money at 14%, and they committed all of government's dividends from the now flow, which was cable and wireless, to the repayment of that loan, Madam Speaker. All our dividends. And in 1999, that loan was taken in Trinidad. Before 2000, every single cent of that money had been spent, Madam Speaker, and no international airport can be built. No international airport can be built. You understand what we're dealing with, Madam Speaker? Today, you want to... Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today the Prime Minister...
Wait, your thing went off.
Today the Prime Minister is saying, and he has announced in his budget, Madam Speaker, and we have no reason not to believe him, because everything that the Prime Minister has said that he was going to do in the past, he has done. He said he's going to build a sports stadium, it is built. He said we're going to do the West Coast Road, it is done. We say we're going to do the house for the President, the State House, it is done. We say we're going to do the hospital. Madam Speaker, by October, the first phase of the hospital, the accident and emergency department at the Princess Margaret Hospital will be completed, thanks to this government, Madam Speaker. So I have no reason not to believe, Mr. Speaker. So I endorse the move of the Honourable Prime Minister to take $5 million, put that into a fund every month, so when we're ready to build the airport, we will have our own money to come to the table with, Madam Speaker. Our own hard work money from Dominican taxpayers to put, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, to build the international airport. $5 million. So, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, when we talk about empowerment, the leader of the opposition jeered at constituency empowerment. He laughed. And I was trying to figure out, but why would somebody, let alone the leader of the opposition, scoff at constituency empowerment? Madam Speaker, you have small business, people making their little coconut oil, their little tablet and coconut cheese, their straw basket and straw mat in the Carib territory. Madam Speaker, you have people who have their little lolo, as you would call it, a little rum shop, selling their little groceries, Madam Speaker, throughout the constituency. Their little bakery baking bread, and they saddle under debt. Some of them don't have no collateral, Madam Speaker. So they cannot go to the credit union, or they cannot go to the National Bank because they don't have no collateral. And the government is saying that to ease you up, for you to expand your program, you have a little vegetable production, Madam Speaker, you're doing well at the markets, and they're making some small business available, and you are against that. You're criticizing that empowerment of people. Madam Speaker, you have people, Madam Speaker, who have had no washroom facilities at their homes, Madam Speaker, for years. The old, the elderly, the infirm, the aged. And now that the government is building washrooms to eradicate pit latrine and all of the other issues that come with that, and you are against that, I would like the other members of the opposition, when you get up to speak, speak from your heart, speak to your constituents. You cannot be criticizing initiatives that are geared towards the upliftment of the ordinary folk, the masses and the grassroots in those constituencies. You can't be against that. You're talking about what is the impact. What is the impact? Manasika, when you give a small contractor road to do, you give a small contractor $200,000 and he employ all the boys on the block and they create work for 6 months so that people can feed their children. They can buy a little something to put at their homes. They can go buy cots and take a little fridge to put some cold water for them to drink. You don't call that empowerment of people at the grassroots level? When the government assists a student who is obviously a bright student, who have gone through the primary, the secondary, and the tertiary college education, and have gotten the necessary requirements to matriculate onto university, and because of this economic state of their parents, they cannot afford, and the government comes in and gives a child a scholarship. You are against that? But there were 6 scholarships, and you take 2 for yourself? Take 2 for yourself, Madam Speaker? Eh? And you against that, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, I mean, these are the issues that we're talking about. And when we speak about, we're thinking about international airport in 3 years. High-speed ferry in 3 years. Garbage management in 3 years. Medical, where is the money coming from for that? Where is the money coming from? You said you will abolish the CBI. You said you will abolish geothermal. But you want comprehensive road network. Where the money is coming from? You want chocolate factory. Where is the money coming from? You want canning factory and fish drying factory. How much factory you want? And up to now, you cannot bring us a concrete proposal of how you're going to raise the finances to bring all those things. Madam Speaker, that reminds me of the 1999 election when the Dominican farmers were told that they would get $1 a pound of bananas. Up to now, jig-jolly, Madam Speaker. In fact, we saw an exodus of banana farmers. 6,000 banana farmers left the banana industry between 1995 and 2000 because of the United Workers' Party. I mean, change your ways. Change your ways. Come with something new. You're talking about high-speed ferry, but the government just gave a high-speed ferry captain $200,000. The government did that already. You're talking about sporting facilities. The government told you we are going to build a sporting complex at the stock farm. Yesterday, the people were here showing us the fine drawings, and we can assure the Dominican people that we know where the money will come from to do those projects. And I'm very happy about my constituency, Madam Speaker. I'm very happy about Portsmouth, Madam Speaker. The work that is already going on in the Portsmouth constituency. I mean, roads are being built like crazy. We're going to refurbish every single road in Portsmouth, Madam Speaker. And now we are hearing that we are going to get concessions so we can get our materials to continue to uplift the town. Yes. We have the Kapinski Hotel, we have the Moroccan Hotel, we have the Silver Beach Hotel, Madam Speaker, and the Minister of Tourism have promised us even more in our yachting sector. We just put on about 50 moorings for yachts because we have the biggest yachting industry right there in Portsmouth because of the Portsmouth Association of Yacht Services and Security, Madam Speaker. That is what we continue to do. Madam Speaker, I'm very happy. Madam Speaker, this to me is a dream come true because we have been speaking about it, we campaigned about it, and now we are happy that it will be a reality. It is the administrative building for Portsmouth, Madam Speaker. Because that administrative building will not only serve the town of Portsmouth. People who have to leave their home in Penville and Wesley at 6 o'clock in the morning, they have to marry God, they have to pay $20 to come down. They have to have lunch for another $20 and $20 to go back to get a $5 birth certificate from the registry. If we put that building in Portsmouth, we can have the registry, we can have the traffic division, we can have the immigration department, we can have the sports division, we can have a place for the council, even the prime minister's extension of the public support program. That office can be placed in that building. The Dominica Social Security can have an office in that building. So residents from the entire north do not have to trek into the capital. This for us personally is a dream come true, Mr. Speaker, and we are very happy about that. And we're not like the member for Marigot that asking for things and money is there to be spent and you're spending it. Every single dollar that have been given to us so far, we are spending to uplift and upgrade the town of Portsmouth, and we will continue to do so for the foreseeable future. You're talking about you want 2 trauma centers, but the budget tells you that there are 4 smart hospitals to come. You don't understand what smart means then, Madam Speaker. Smart means that they will be outfitted with computers and flat screen televisions so that when you have a traumatic accident and emergency, let's say a traffic accident happening in Capuchin, you can bring them to the Portsmouth Hospital, and a surgeon at the Princess Margaret Hospital can guide a doctor at the Portsmouth Hospital online and on screen because of the smart hospitals. That is what we intend to do for our people in healthcare, Madam Speaker. So you regurgitating stuff. No new initiative can come from you. You haven't sat down and looked at the thing and studied. So, Madam Speaker, I am confident about what this government is doing.
You have 1 minute left.
I'll wind up in 1 minute, man. I'm absolutely confident about what this government is doing. We have gone through the hard grinds. We have made the sacrifice. The people of Dominica has placed confidence in us. And right now, we are continuing to empower the citizens of the Commonwealth of Dominica, this fair land. God bless the people of Dominica. God bless this government. And may us continue to grow to prosperity. Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Madam Speaker, I must rise to support a people-centered, growth-centered, and forward-thinking budget. Madam Speaker, after 17 years since tsunami, UWP, Team Dominica left us penniless with 140% debt to GDP ratio, with not even a toe to stand on. The Dominica Labour Party administration, under the leadership of the visionary Honourable Dr. Roosevelt Skerrit, presents almost $1 billion budget. Madam Speaker, give Jack his jacket. Honourable Prime Minister, our Honourable Prime Minister is a major. Honourable Prime Minister is brilliant.
Translate.
We have moved from
Major,
he's a boss, a major, brilliant. I said, we have moved from having budgets under 450 million just 5 years ago to $1 billion economy. Madam Speaker, a recent Labour convert from Scotland said to me, after 17 years, he cannot fight Skerrit anymore because everything he touches turns to gold. I must seize this moment to thank the Almighty Father for this important milestone in our economic history. $1 billion economy. That is what we are talking about. And where is all that money going to? Madam Speaker, I can assure you that no money is going to personal bank accounts because of promised diplomatic appointments. This type of economic malice and of unethical behavior are characteristics that apparently plague the opposition. This
No. Until you left it open, that was okay. But when you attribute it to the opposition, you are imputing improper.
I withdraw. It's said already. Withdrawn. Withdrawn. This Labour Party administration has an impeccable record both in opposition and in the prudent management of the affairs of this country. But I beg to borrow a line from Senator Baptist. Don't crucify the messenger, listen to the message. So I say we have listened loud and clear to a son of the soil who is building a 5-star resort in my constituency. So stop the crucifixion of a hard-working Dominican who is working towards building a modern Dominica. So where is all the money going? We are throwing money, to use a term used by the opposition leader, right back to ordinary Dominicans, local contractors, manufacturers, farmers, small, medium, large business owners, shopkeepers, right back into our economy. Madam Speaker, scare it, say a major, scare it is a boss. Madam Speaker, I listened carefully to the opposition leader rebuttal today. I must commend him on his eloquence in delivery. I will give him his jacket. But Madam Speaker, if I were the opposition leader, after receiving that document, I would have clicked delete. Clearly, whoever prepared that document confused Dominica with the south of Sudan. A clear attempt to embarrass the honorable leader of the opposition. For that rebuttal was totally untouched with reality and the needs of the people of Dominica. Madam Speaker, it was full of recycled ramblings, falsehoods, generalizations, and mad economics. He provided no counter-proposals to the 2017-2018 budget, which we are debating. But then again, what did I expect from an opposition leader who spends most of his time loitering the airwaves and Facebook instead of joining consultations on the economy? Madam Speaker, I am pleased with the 130.3 million allocated to the Public Works Ministry to continue with the rebuilding and enhancement of our infrastructure. I can tell you, the road enhancement program and outsourcing of vegetation management, which cutting grass contracts, have empowered small contractors in my constituency. Permit me to mention a success story. Madam Speaker, there is a young man in my constituency known as Peter Toussaint, who used to be a convict in and out of prison, having disorderly behavior with a gang on the block in Point Michel. There was a time, Madam Speaker, in Point Michel that people could not sleep at night of fear of being robbed. Today, this young man is now the CEO and owner of Dubout Company, employing the same young men on the block and others, and is positively influencing and inspiring other young men in other communities to stand up and work diligently. So when the opposition continuously gives the impression that we aren't concerned about the young men on the block, do like me, Honourable Member of Roseau Central, engage them. Madam Speaker, We intend to continue our community road enhancement program this fiscal year with special attention to the Gallia Road. I also want to inform my residents in Point Michel that the dredging of the ravines will commence on Monday. So I take this opportunity to thank the contractors in my constituency working hard on road projects. Byron Hunt, Hesketh Michel, Francis Birmingham, George Johnson, Macklin Abraham, Tony Bernard, Kimon George, Franklin Javier, Peter Toussaint, Lindy Andrew, and Richardson Regis. Money back into the pockets of small contractors. I want them to continue to do their best as we are moving forward towards a modern Dominica, village by village, a people-centered development. I also want to place on record my deep gratitude to the Minister of Public Works and her team for her swift actions and support. Madam Speaker, I now move my focus to the Ministry of Education and Ministry of Youth. The aggressive plan to upgrade our people to providing 5-star quality service in every restaurant and business in Dominica is timely. When the Prime Minister spoke of the next level a few years ago, some people did not understand the vision, but I bet after that milk and honey budget yesterday, many more can feel it. I say boldly that this government is youth-focused. Currently, I have over 60 students in my constituency attending college and 25 more to start in the next semester. All tuition fully paid by the Labour Party administration. Last August, the Minister of Education assisted over 70 families in my constituency with books and uniforms so that no child will go to school and be labeled or stigmatized because of not having a new uniform or proper uniform, Madam Speaker. Every child will attend school with a brand new shirt and new shoes. The only thing I have asked my students to do is obey their parents and learn. But I must commend my students who continue to perform exceptionally at school. My young people continue to make me very proud, as they are very focused and determined to succeed. I take this opportunity to say well done to the Generations of Change, the Youth in Action Group, the LYO organizations in my constituency for our first successful youth forum themed Moving to Maturity. Madam Speaker, the interaction and level of our discussion with our Prime Minister, Cabinet colleagues, and Senator Benoit was phenomenal. I can confidently say that our young people are ready and focused on building a modern Dominica. Moving to sports, I have commenced the construction of a multi-purpose court in Point Michel, part of a master plan which existed some 40 years ago. Yet, I was blasted on the radio, although I held public meetings, by persons who sat there and did nothing to commence that project way before I was born. Nonetheless, the court is progressing nicely thanks to the contractor Roosevelt Toussaint and Teddy Roy from the Public Works Ministry. The contract of the multi-purpose court in Brooklyn, Soufriere, shall be awarded next week. However, as I speak, work has already commenced to the lighting of the playing field, a highly anticipated project by the dynamic sporting groups in my constituency. I am pleased to also announce the restoring of the St. Mark's Sports Committee will be responsible for the upkeep of the playing field and ensuring it is vibrant with sporting activities throughout the year. My constituents of Gallia the construction of a multi-purpose center and playing field is definitely on the cards. I have excellent news, which I shall share at our first town hall meeting. Madam Speaker, housing continues to be a primary need in my constituency, despite our major interventions, inclusive of almost 1.2 million in the last fiscal year. In my discussions with the Prime Minister and the Honourable Minister of Housing, we have agreed to some plans to ensure my constituents have comfortable homes. So apart from the housing renovation assistance that I hope to successfully negotiate under this budget, I plan to pursue the development of apartment buildings in my constituency. Also, soon after the passage of this budget, we'll commence our pit latrine eradication programs. Madam Speaker, moving to agriculture and tourism. My farmers and fishermen are positioning themselves to ensure we have organic produce and 60,000 pounds of fish that will be required by the resorts in our constituency. I have been working with the Soufriere, Gallia, Scotset Farmers Fishing Association in order to identify land for organic farming in Soufriere. Recently, I assisted a farmers group in Gallia who have already commenced their project. We are also working on the design for the fisher folk locker rooms and vendor stalls on the Soufriere Boulevard, which I intend to get complete in this budget year. Many fishermen in the constituency have received assistance in purchasing boats and outdoor motors. However, I am proud to announce that within 2 weeks, 6 young fishermen will be given 6 boats, which were built by 2 constituents in my constituency. 6 new boats will be given. Another project I intend to advance this year is the designing of a fisheries complex in Point Michel. So, Madam Speaker, our people-centered approach to growing our economy will uplift the lives of our citizens once they are ready to work hard and be productive. My dream to transform the Soufriere constituency into a tourism mecca remains very dear to my heart. Consequently, one of my best friends under this fiscal year will be Honourable Tonge, as I seek to enhance many sites such as the Sulphur Springs, Scotset Beach area, Bubble Beach Spa, Champagne Beach, and water sports in my constituency. One project I expect to commence in a couple months is the upgrade of Champagne Beach to include a new jetty and general improvements to the site. I am also working on the upgrade of the Soufriere Sulphur Springs to ensure it becomes a major tourism attraction, and pursuing the development of the Scotset Beach area, inclusive of renovation of the Carabantic. So some projects may take longer than others to be realized, but the goal to modernize and standardize our attractions in the constituency shall commence brick by brick. Madam Speaker, the community-based small business assistance program has created endless opportunities for many constituents to expand, upgrade, or start a small business. I must thank the Honourable Minister of Finance for the allocation of 500 million, which benefited over 120 entrepreneurs, and the Ministry of Commerce for effectively training 75 small business owners. Some people have criticized this initiative, but I can tell you, I received pictures, products, and calls from many constituents who now have a source of income or have upgraded or expanded their business. Madam Speaker, I have brought a bag very beautiful bag made by a constituent in Scott's Head, Madam Speaker, who plans to train and open a small boutique in the constituency, Madam Speaker. Small business. I also brought with me a cream produced by Sparkle Creations, another constituent in my constituency, who was able to expand the business because of the small business brand. So I'm bringing the proof, Madam Speaker, in case there are any doubts. Madam Speaker, I have a constituent who drove a bus for another man for 15 years, and because of a small business grant, is now able to own his own bus. So these people-centered and growth-centered government programs continue to empower our citizens to enjoy a better standard of living and take care of their families. So under this financial year, I expect to successfully negotiate more funds for small business development in my constituency. Madam Speaker, our beautiful country, governed by the Honourable Dr. Roosevelt Skerrit Labour Administration, is transforming our economy, sector by sector, village by village, to ensure all Dominicans will be proud of a modern, prosperous Dominica. By increasing the tax threshold to 30K, it means our people have more disposable income, more money to spend. I want to encourage us, however, to be nationalistic in our spending. Buy and eat local. I have taken a decision to eat what we grow here in Dominica, and recently to only use soaps produced by Heaven Sense and Colport. Yes, it's a little more expensive, but of high quality, very soothing and kind to the skin. If we want all of us to prosper, we must support our local manufacturers and cottage industries. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I want to commend the wise initiative of the Prime Minister by setting up the NFPP, who will advise us on our policies and strategies to boost our economy, overhaul our education system, and overhaul our tax system. I have no doubt that the caliber of persons on this council will provide sound fiscal advice that will propel us to a modern, prosperous Dominica. Madam Speaker, I can speak for hours on this forward-thinking budget, but I will end with another success story under the NEP. Madam Speaker, I was called to a meeting by some young men on the block in Scott's Head who said to me that they want small business assistance or to be gainfully employed. I asked them, would you be interested in managing the Scott's Head beach and keeping it clean? Madam Speaker, they agreed and formed a group, appointed a leader. Today, Madam Speaker, these young men are doing a fantastic job in keeping the beach clean, to the point where they have brought forth ideas to upgrade the area before the next tourism season. I also want to thank the supervisors under the NEB program, Francis Birmingham, CA, Erica Jules, Conrad Caesar, Antonia Simon, Sonia Charles, and Leroy Philbert for supervising and coordinating tasks under the NEP. But sometimes it's not an easy job. I want to encourage all my constituents under the NEP to take their work seriously, be respectful, and do their best always. Finally, a modern Dominica will require all of us to play our role in building our country. We are walking in our milk and honey days. We have all the signs of a blessed country. Whereas some of our regional counterparts, sadly, are grappling with many challenges, the Lord has opened our doors to growth opportunities. I urge our people not to fall by the wayside because of partisan politics and short-sightedness. We can only realize this bold vision. Timing is everything, so I urge all of us to catch it now. Let us build a country that we are proud of today and for generations to come. I ask the good Lord to continue to protect my fellow ministers who do an outstanding job in managing their portfolios, despite the personal attacks on them, their children, and their families. Madam Speaker, all parliamentarians should condemn this violence. There is no way that we should encourage even our supporters to speak ill about people's children. To this end, I want to thank, I also at this time wish to let the people and government of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela know that our prayers are with them, and we shall never forget the genuine hands which they extended to us during our economic peril. To this end, I want to thank my predecessors, Mr. Ian Pinard, Sam Martin, and my constituency management team for their hard work in the vineyard and their support over my first year of representing the beautiful people in the Sectoral constituency. I thank all my constituents for their love, prayers, and support, especially Teacher Bellot, who I know is looking on television, and my ladies on the bus stop, Fanny and her crew. One love. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, can you feel it? after this masterful presentation by the Minister of Trade and Employment, followed up by the Member of Parliament for the Sofia constituency, I think we can all go home, Madam Speaker. But of course, we are here to debate this very interesting budget. And Madam Speaker, I want to thank you firstly for the opportunity that you have given me to speak on this budget presentation. Let me first of all, Madam Speaker, before I even begin, express my empathy to the families in St. Joseph who were in the accident this morning. I had the opportunity, Madam Speaker, to leave Parliament briefly this morning, along with Dr. Darroux, to visit some of the injured ones at the hospital. And I want to pray for their speedy recovery. And I also want to reach out to the families of those who were affected at this time and let them know that our prayers and the prayers of the entire community are with them. Madam Speaker, of course, we are here at this period of time, the beginning of another financial year, to look at a budget, Madam Speaker, under the theme, Realizing a Modern, Prosperous Dominica. And Madam Speaker, I had the privilege to both listen to the Honourable Prime Minister yesterday during his budget presentation, and also took the opportunity last evening to read the budget presentation word for word. And I must emphasize, Madam Speaker, reading the budget presentation. And the reason for that, Madam Speaker, is because I wanted to ensure that everything that was highlighted by the Honourable Prime Minister in the budget presentation was in fact there. Because a lot of times, Madam Speaker, we tend to not to find out information for ourselves and to do our research for ourselves. And I think as a country and as citizens, we have to be able to research things for ourselves, find out the information, and not just go on hearsay. And Madam Speaker, after reading the budget presentation, I must conclude that the presentation made by the Honourable Prime Minister, it was well-rounded, it was people-centered, it was impactful, and it is in fact a working man's budget. So anybody, Madam Speaker, who is interested in working, finding employment, there is something in this budget for them. And that is important, because the opposition has, over the years, criticized this government for not providing employment. But here it is. And you heard the member, the Minister for Trade and Employment, the member for the Portsmouth Constituency, highlight the figures, Madam Speaker, which is critical, to let us know and let us appreciate that the investments that we continue to make into this economy continues to provide meaningful and gainful employment for the people of this country, Madam Speaker. And with your permission, Madam Speaker, I would like to read one paragraph on page 3 of the budget presentation, so as to bring to the fore, even more vividly, Madam Speaker, the point that I'm trying to bring across. And I quote, "In the new, modern, prosperous Dominica, the main doers will be our people. I am addressing all of our citizens," and this is the Prime Minister speaking, "our farmers, our tourism stakeholders, our private and public sector, our youth. Our definition of success will be whether the broadest cross-sections of our population, from Vickers and Portsmouth to Grand Bay and La Plaine, from the Caribbean Sea to the Atlantic coast, have been lifted to a new level of independence, participation, and development." End of quote. Madam Speaker, here it is that this Labour Party administration continues to be people-centered and continues to focus on raising the standard of living of every single citizen in this country. And we've gone from not just assisting the ordinary citizen, that is to say, the fisherman, whom we have taught to fish and who now can go out there and fend for himself. And we've done so through trading. We've done so through making boats available to the fishermen, providing them with outboard motors, providing them with nets, so they can go and fend for themselves. The farmer, Madam Speaker, we've made the facilities available for the farmer. We also have in place the abattoir, where the farmers now can secure this fund and can improve on their farming and the production. The vendors, and the Minister of Tourism will tell you, the major investments that we continue to make in the vendors. And the member for the Rosa Valley is here. And he knows what we're talking about as we continue this, to assist the vendors, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, I made this reference to bring us now to another sector of society, another strata, Madam Speaker, which sometimes the Labour Party has been criticized for. But very importantly, in this budget, we are now seeing significant and continued investment being made to this sector and these people. And, Madam Speaker, I am speaking here of the emerging middle class in our society. And what is beautiful about this, Madam Speaker, it is this Labour Party government who has invested in these young people, who has sent them to study, and they are now coming back to Dominica to make a meaningful contribution towards the development and the advancement of our country, Madam Speaker. And what we have done in this budget, Madam Speaker, is to ensure that we can address significantly some of the challenges that this emerging middle class has faced. And one of the peculiar challenges, Madam Speaker, is that in their education. Because while we have sent them out and they have been able to attain a first degree, we are now seeing through the Ministry of Education, provision is now being made available for these young people with these brilliant minds and brilliant ideas to now have the opportunity through a priority list of disciplines that the Ministry of Education and also the private sector will identify, and government to provide the additional funding so they can now go and further their studies to get their masters and their PhDs and come back and continue to build this country, Mr. Speaker. And that is important. That is very important. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, we are also making provisions in this budget to meet the housing needs of these individuals. And many of us here on the government side can testify of this, because we have a number of them in our constituencies, where these young people, these bright minds, they have come back from studying. Some of them have their student loans to pay. Some of them they now become the main breadwinner in their families. They go back, some of them go back to their communities. And what we have found, Mr. Speaker, is that these young people, they now want to raise their standard of living by owning their own homes. And they've had challenges going to a financial institution and securing the mortgage that they can now build their own homes. But this Labour Party government is a caring government. This Labour Party government, Mr. Speaker, is a government that looks out for our citizens. And that is why in this budget, Mr. Speaker, we are making provisions for these young people to have the ability to seek the assistance that they require, and the government of Dominica will assist them in entering into an agreement with them so that they can now go to the financial institution, get their mortgages, and we will assist them in owning their own homes. Isn't this something that we can be proud of? Because at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, what we have done as a Labour Party government is continue to raise the standard of living of our people. And this is unparalleled. So when you listen to the opposition speak, and of course they are speaking from a point of ignorance, we have a responsibility as a government to educate them. And I recall last year during the budget presentation, the senator from Maho, he was totally unaware as to what was happening within the National Employment Program. And I had to school him. I had to let him know exactly what is happening within the NEP. And I'm sure now he is a better student as it relates to the National Employment Program, Mr. Speaker. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, through the intuition of our Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, and you see, again, leadership is everything. The interaction with people is very important. The Prime Minister recognized that while it is true that we need taxes to continue to develop this country, but we also have a responsibility to not place a greater financial burden on the taxpayers of this country. And what we've done again in this financial year, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that we have increased the tax threshold from $25,000 annually to now $30,000 annually, ensuring that someone who has a yearly salary of $30,000 and below, that will no tax will come from this. And someone who makes more than $30,000 annually, only the amount more than $30,000 will be taxed. And that is to ensure that you have more monies in the pockets of our people, more spending money. This is a brilliant move by this government. Because we could have sat back on our laurels, Mr. Speaker, and we could have said, we have just come from Erica 2 years now, and we still need monies to continue to do the roads, to send our children to school, to provide medication at the hospitals. And we could have placed tax burdens on our people. But no, Mr. Speaker, we've not done this. We have ensured that we have increased the threshold so that we can have more spending money in our pockets, Mr. Speaker. And I commend the intuition of the Prime Minister for this move. Mr. Speaker, you see I'm wearing a pink tie today. And it's no coincidence. It represents cancer patients, families with cancer. The color pink. That's what it signifies. And I can speak of this, Mr. Speaker, because I had an aunt who succumbed to cancer. And I'm sure there are many of us out there who have had family members that we have lost to cancer. And the cost of cancer care is prohibitive, Mr. Speaker. And you can well imagine the anxiety that some families have to go through, wondering how they are going to treat and get the resources to treat the cancer patients. And again, Mr. Speaker, this Labour Party government has ensured that in this budget, we've made allocation that will specifically provide medication for the cancer patients here in this country. And this is a plus, Mr. Speaker. And that has to tie in also with the Red Clinic. Because you heard the member from Roseland North again criticize the Red Clinic. But what these gentlemen do not understand, Mr. Speaker, and it shows that they are out of touch with people, really and truly, that when you have situations where families have no choice, they have no income, an emergency comes up, where do they go to? And the Prime Minister has always made the remark that he wondered what used to happen before there was this Red Clinic. What used to happen to people? But Mr. Speaker, we make absolutely no apologies for ensuring that we take care of the citizens of this country. Because as a government, we have a responsibility to our people. And as a member of parliament, when people elect you, you have a responsibility to make effective and proper representation on their behalf, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we continue to reach out to our people. And that is why over the last several months, Mr. Speaker, you would have seen the cabinet of Dominica and members of parliament go from Capuchin to Kashaku in a series of town hall meetings, meeting the citizens of this country, the ordinary man, listening to them, interacting with them, finding out what their concerns are. What is it that we must do for them? This is what governance is about. Listening to the people, putting plans and programs in place to benefit the people, Mr. Speaker. And rest assured that after we've completed this budget, we will once again continue on our outreach program to bring across the message and to continue to listen to our citizens in every nook and cranny in this country, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, the Dominican Labour Party, when it was elected in 2014, presented a manifesto to the people of Dominica. The plan. And I've had the opportunity on several occasions to read this manifesto and go through every page of this manifesto because it is important. And what this manifesto continues to demonstrate is that we are well on our way to achieving all of the plans and goals that have been set out in this manifesto. And I take you to page 49. And what do you see here? You see the New West Bridge. And it is a reality. It is a reality. You go to another page, and you'll see the picture of the indoor sporting facility. And the Minister of Youth and Sports is here, and she'll speak to it later in her presentation. But it is a reality. And the $40 million for this project, it has already been found, Mr. Speaker. And we will ensure that we deliver this project to the young people of this country, Mr. Speaker. The new National Hospital, it has begun. And the Minister of Trade and also the Minister of Health, they've already said publicly that by October of this year, we will see phase 1 of this new hospital being completed. And so we continue to pray for the smooth operations of this project, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, it shows clearly that this administration, Dominican Labour Party, is a government that deals frontally with practical issues compared to an opposition that continues to dream. I'm not sure, Mr. Speaker, if you have ever seen this movie, Alice in Wonderland, and all these fantasies. This is what the opposition is about. But we, as the Labour Party government, we understand what is happening in the real world. We understand the external forces and the implications they can have on our economy, Mr. Speaker. And that is why we continue to put plans and programs in place that will ensure that in spite of the challenges that are being faced globally, our economy here will continue to stay afloat. Because at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, while it is true that we will have to go some of the agencies out there for funding of certain projects, we also have a responsibility to our people who have elected us as an independent nation, as a government, to bring across to them a level of development that they have never seen happen in this country. And the only government that can do this in this time is the Dominican Labour Party. And so, Mr. Speaker, when I listened to the leader of the opposition earlier on, I could only conclude, here we go again. A diarrhea of words, but a constipation of action, Mr. Speaker. That is what it was. Because in all of his flamboyance and exuberance and his eloquence, that's all it was. It was empty, abstract, speaking without any figures and facts. So just a diarrhea of words, but as always, constipated for action. And interestingly, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition remarked that we can't build Dominica with partisan politics. And I was taken aback. What utter hypocrisy. Was that the leader of the opposition speaking? Was that him? And I had to ask Honourable Johnson Drago, who is sitting next to me, to pinch me, to make sure these words were being uttered by the leader of the opposition. We can't build Dominica with partisan politics. And Joseph Isaac sat there, member for Roseau Central, and he didn't stop Mr. Linton and say, member for Marigot, take it easy, bossman. You don't know what you're saying, take it easy. Because, Mr. Speaker, and the Dominican people need to know this. The Dominican people need to be reminded of this time and time again. That the track record of the United Workers' Party will clearly show that once they were voted out of office, they have destroyed this country with lies and propaganda. They have taken Dominica to the gutter for their own selfish political ambitions. And they have continued to denigrate this country. That is what their track record is, Mr. Speaker. And since the member of Marigot assumed the position of opposition leader, it has gotten much, much worse, Mr. Speaker. And today you want to stand in this parliament and say, let us build Dominica and put away partisan politics? What utter garbage. This is the same Workers' Party, Mr. Speaker, who have time and time again boycotted national events. Independence Day, the Youth Rally, national consultations. They've boycotted national events. And how can we forget? And the member for Portsmouth, the Minister of Trade and Employment, he made mention of it. After Tropical Storm Erika, these gentlemen on the opposition side, Mr. Speaker, they did not have the testicular fortitude to stand up and work towards the development of this country. What did they do? They walked out and they started making excuses, Mr. Speaker. A time when Dominica needed everyone to be on board. That is what they did. They walked out on Dominica. And today you want to come in this parliament and say that you are ready to be the prime minister of this country? God forbid. How can we forget D-Day? D-Day. You heard them on the radio stations? D-Day means destruction day. How can you be for Dominica and you want to destroy Dominica? Colluding with foreign forces, external forces, to bring down this country, to promote your own selfish political ambitions. And you have the audacity to come in this parliament and say you want to build this country and put away partisan politics. Take this to the lab, man. Because that's what it is. It's garbage. It is garbage, Mr. Speaker. And we have to ensure that we put things in proper perspective and let the Dominican people know that these gentlemen, they do not care about Dominica. They do not care about bringing this country up.
Mr. Speaker, I think the...
But they want to continue to destroy this country, Mr. Speaker.
You're rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker. I think the member has really been given too much latitude. He's now casting improper motives, Mr. Speaker.
No, but what's the point of order?
The point of order is that the member is casting aspersions on the opposition members and party.
Casting aspersions.
But, Mr. Speaker, that is the attitude that they continue to display. But we are above this, Mr. Speaker. Because you see, Mr. Speaker, on the government side, we meet with our constituents. We interact with people on a day-to-day basis. We know what the average man is going through. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to put programs in place to ensure that we can raise the standard of living of our people. And when you have an investor willing to make a significant contribution towards the development of the country, providing jobs, ensuring that we can develop the tourism sector and the product. And a member of the opposition is discouraging the investor to invest simply because his party is not the government of the day. How can we stand for this and then say we love Dominica? How can we use the word patriotic and we are patriots fighting for a cause? So you understand, Mr. Speaker, why I had to resort to such language. Because really and truly for too long, these atrocities that the opposition members have continued to display, we have to put a stop to this. Dominica is too important for us to be bringing this country down when as a small country of 70,000, we can come together and build this country. And that is why, under the leadership of Prime Minister Skerrit, this Dominica Labour Party will remain focused on the task ahead and will continue to deliver to the people of this country, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I will once again explain to the Dominican people what has happened here. And it is just 3 letters. C, B, and I. This is what has happened, Mr. Speaker. CBI. That's right. And I've had the opportunity to go through the estimates, particularly the capital estimates. And one will understand and have an appreciation that if they go through the capital estimates that we are presenting in this financial year, you will see that a significant number of our projects are being financed by funds raised from the Citizenship by Investment Program, Mr. Speaker. And the CBI has bamboozled the opposition. They do not know if to turn left or if to turn right. Because this is what the CBI has done to them. These men go to bed at night and all that's on their mind is CBI. 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 And what has happened, Mr. Speaker, and I'll tell you, a few parliaments back, they came in parliament and they made mention that this government was lazy. This government did not have the negotiation skills and all of this to raise more money from the Citizenship by Investment Program. This is what they say. And the Hansard of Parliament will record that. But to their shocking dismay, Mr. Speaker, when they began to see revenues increase from the Citizenship by Investment Program, and when they began to see the impact it has been having and will continue to have in developing this country, they got shell-shocked and they started to bring down the CBI program, Mr. Speaker. This is what happened. And I've said it before, and I will say it again, that they want their hands on the CBI money. That is what they want. That is what they want. You heard it. That is what they want, Mr. Speaker. But you see, Mr. Speaker, we don't have time to get into all of this back and forth with the opposition. We have a plan as a government. We have been elected by the people, and rest assured, whenever the bell is rung, the majority of Dominicans will once again place their trust and confidence in Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerrit and the Dominica Labour Party, Mr. Speaker. So, really and truly, Mr. Speaker, I cannot remain silent whenever I hear the letters C, B, and I. I cannot remain silent. And Honourable Paul, I'll tell you why. Because you see, Mr. Speaker, I must speak. Because I must speak for the 2,568 individuals who are 70 and over receiving an allowance that comes from the Citizenship by Investment Program, Mr. Speaker. That's right. Mr. Speaker, I cannot keep silent because I must speak. And I must speak for the 2,180 individuals on the National Employment Program, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I must speak because I cannot remain silent. For I must speak for the over 800 individuals who have received assistance from the Small Business Program, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I cannot remain silent because I must speak. And I must speak for the over 500 families and more who will be benefiting from the washroom programs funds from the CBI, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I must speak because I can't remain silent. For I must speak of the fishermen across this country who continue to receive assistance with their fishing boats, their outboard motors and nets with funds from the Citizenship by Investment Program. Mr. Speaker, I can't remain silent because I must speak for the farmers of this country who can now receive additional inputs for their farms and receive assistance for farm labor and receive assistance to increase production on their farms with funds from the Citizenship by Investment Program, Mr. Speaker. Right. C, B, and I. It's a thorn in the flesh of the opposition, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, we remain focused as the government. We remain on track as the government. And we will ensure, Mr. Speaker, that with the revenues generated from the Citizenship by Investment Program, we will continue to inject it back into the economy of this country so that our people at the end of the day can have a better level of development, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, permit me at this time very briefly to touch on the Ministry of Information, Science, Telecommunications and Technology, a very important ministry. And Mr. Speaker, earlier this year we witnessed the full operations of the Center of Excellence. And this center, Mr. Speaker, provides the opportunity for Dominican citizens to receive the training in ICT-related skills. And we're very happy with the government of India, who has partnered with us for the first 2-year period of the Center of Excellence to ensure that we can have a cadre of young, talented Dominicans acquiring these skills at the center and then having the opportunity to improve on their work ethics, to improve on their business skills, to come back and contribute towards both the private and the public sector. And earlier this year, we saw 130 students graduate and receive their diplomas from APTEC, having completed training in a number of areas under the Center of Excellence. And I speak, Mr. Speaker, we currently have enrolled 226 students at the Center of Excellence who are currently receiving training in Android app development, in project management, in 3D Max and modeling, in networking and in Cisco, and a number of other areas, Mr. Speaker. And we have also put in place, from the ministry standpoint, a plan of action. So when the 2-year period has elapsed and the Indian team goes back to India, our very own Dominican people will now make the transition of taking over the center and continuing the training that we need right in this country. And we are doing all of this as a government, providing the skills, very important skills for our people, free of cost, at no charge. Because we understand, Mr. Speaker, that in the advanced age of technology, for any country to be ready to meet the demands and the new jobs that will become available with technology, we have to have a trained workforce. And that is what this Labour Party government is doing. So when you hear them speaking of not teaching a man to fish, but feeding him for the rest of his life, here is a clear example of a Labour Party government empowering its people, providing them the skills and training, so at the end of the day, they or people can become more marketable, more employable, and at the end of the day, get jobs for themselves and provide employment for themselves, Mr. Speaker. Additionally, throughout the ministry, we have also undertaken a very aggressive approach, Mr. Speaker, to bring across to rural Dominica smart rural centers. And we've already established one in the community of Grand Fort. And what will happen with smart rural centers, we will be able to have linkages with the centers in these various communities and the Center of Excellence to provide the training at a localized level so that a young person who lives in Grand Fort does not have to come into Roseau at the Center of Excellence to receive the training. And in this new fiscal year, we'll be going to the community of La Plaine. And I see my good friend, the Minister of Education, he's smiling about it because he can well understand what this center will do in his community. And of course, Mr. Speaker, we'll be going to other communities as we move along. So all this is in an effort to ensure at the end of the day, we can continue to provide our citizens with the skills that they require, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are also going in this financial year in collaboration with the Ministry of Education to host a National Science and Innovators Fair. And what this will do, Mr. Speaker, it will provide the opportunity for ICT-savvy young people, those who have gone through the Center of Excellence, those who are doing computer programming and coding, or math students, physics and chemistry students, to have the opportunity to come to this National Science Fair and Innovators Fair and to showcase their talents and their abilities and to let us know what are some of the viable projects that we can look at and provide funding towards so that our young people can move up the ladder. And that is critical because I believe here in Dominica, our young people have brilliant minds and brilliant ideas, but they need the support. And that is what we are doing for them as a government. We are giving them a shoulder that they can lean on. So at the end of the day, their skills, their talents, and their abilities can be taken to another level. So we will have the opportunity at the National Science Fair to see all of the skills that they possess, to see what they can have on display, the creative ideas they have on display. And we can provide them the support, whether it's financial, whether it's technical, and we can take that idea to another level. Why is it that Dominica cannot have a young person making millions in the ICT sector? Why is it? And I believe we have the potential here. And as the minister, I will be the driving force behind this. And I'm sure that my colleagues will support me in this endeavor, Mr. Speaker. And we will also be teaming up with the Ministry of Commerce and Small Business. Honourable Paul and myself, we've already begun discussions to see how best we can get some of the young people who have now been trained at the Center of Excellence and who now want to venture into business opportunities to provide them with support that they require to build on their business ideas so they can employ other young people as well and they can now generate income for themselves and this goes back into the economy. Because this is what builds economies, small businesses, medium-sized businesses, and the investments that we are making towards small, medium enterprises will go a long way towards boosting the local economy and providing jobs for our people, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, these are some of the programs and plans that we will have in this financial year within the Ministry of Science, Information and Technology. Of course, Mr. Speaker, I am here in Parliament today because of the good people of the St. Joseph constituency. That's right. They have sent me to Parliament. They have sent me here to speak on their behalf. They have sent me here to represent them. They have sent me here to echo their concerns and to ensure at the end of the day, as the Member of Parliament, I can continue to raise the standard of living of my people throughout the St. Joseph constituency. And that is who I represent here in Parliament, Mr. Speaker. And I am proud to represent my people. And I know, Mr. Speaker, that they continue to place their trust and confidence in me as the MP to ensure that the needs and the needs of the constituency are met, Mr. Speaker. And very importantly, Mr. Speaker, education has always been a priority. Right. And that is right now in the constituency, we have a number of young people at tertiary institutions across the world. In China, we have young people from the constituency there. Even at Ross University, we have young people there who are currently studying, Mr. Speaker. And a number of them will also be going out in this summer to Grambling State and Midwestern to further their studies, Mr. Speaker. And I always encourage the young people of my constituency to take advantage of the education opportunities. Because this Labour Party government, we have a mission to ensure that we have a university graduate in every household in this country, and we are well on track to achieving that, Mr. Speaker. And the Minister of Education will speak of all the assistance that is there for children and students. And all of us know the bus transportation, the uniform assistance, all of these things. All of these are fine, Mr. Speaker, and as a government, we'll continue to do that. But I also have a responsibility, not just as a member of Parliament, but also as a concerned citizen, to continue to exhort our young people to take their school seriously. That's right. That is important. Your parents are making an investment in you. The government is making an investment in you. But you also have a responsibility as a young person to take your schooling seriously. When you have to be in class, you cannot be outside on the block. When you have to be in class, you cannot be in the yard running up and down. When you go to the state college, you cannot be in tongue liming. You have to ensure that you are in class. Because we are paying the tuition for you, we are giving you a transportation allowance, but at the end of the day, you also have to play your part, Mr. Speaker. And I want to continue to encourage our young people to take their education seriously. And throughout my constituency, Mr. Speaker, I will be going on a mission at all of the schools in my constituency to refurbish all of the computer labs at all of the schools in my constituency. The Caleb Laura Primary School in St. Joseph, the Western District SDA Primary School in St. Joseph, the Isaiah Thomas Secondary School in St. Joseph, the Bells Primary School in Bells. All of the schools in my constituency. I'll be going on a mission to refurbish all of the computer labs and to ensure that all of the computers at all of these other schools, they are functioning effectively. Dr. Darroux, I'll come to you. Yes, agriculture. My constituency is one of the largest agricultural constituencies, Mr. Speaker. Very large constituency. And I want to start with what is currently happening. And right now, we are now spending $2 million to rehabilitate the Cuba-Cahome Road. A very important road. An area with high production, high yields. The farmers in this area, they are very serious farmers. They work diligently. Farmers like Kelvin Charles. Serious farmers. And we have done some significant work on the road thus far. And an additional $2.7 million has been budgeted in this financial year to complete all of the works on the Cuba-Cahome Road, Mr. Speaker. That's right, that's right. And as I speak, there was an area, very vulnerable area next to Fiera's place up in Cahome, that we are now doing some serious work on. And I want to commend all of the contractors so far for their diligence and the work that they have done. I want to also commend the farmers for their patience and tolerance, because now the work has started, we can see a difference already. And as soon as this budget is passed, we'll continue the rest of the work that has to take place on this major farm access road. Additionally, in the Bells area, the Stonehill Road, the farmers of Bells, you recall I came to the town hall meeting and I told you all that we will get that road fixed. And in this financial year, Mr. Speaker, we will see works commence on the Stonehill Road in Bells. My farmers in the Lai Valley area, the Atley, Niba, Krong, Shapara area, Shapara, yes. We have the funds under the Banana Company measures, and this is one of the roads that will be targeted. A major farm road again in the Lai Valley area. I have visited this road several occasions. Gone to the last farm of Mano, right up there in Atley. It's like when you go up there, Mr. Speaker, you're in another world. But the farmers are hard-working farmers, and we have to continue to support the farmers in this area, and rest assured that we will provide the support for the Atley, Niba, Krong, and Shapara Road. Mr. Speaker, we have the abattoir in my constituency, an $11 million project, and I really want to commend the Minister of Agriculture for his leadership in all of this, in ensuring that we now have the abattoir fully operationalized. And what we'll be doing in this financial year, Mr. Speaker, is that we'll be giving the workers a 2-year contract. So we'll be raising the standard now, give them a 2-year contract, so they can have more opportunities that they can now go to a financial institution. They can get a small loan for themselves to fend for their families. And I really want to commend the workers, particularly those from my constituency who are working at the abattoir. Because these young men have been doing a tremendous job. A tremendous job, Mr. Speaker. And we have seen an increase in production at the abattoir. And the minister will speak to that in his presentation. Right. Give the figures, the numbers, and the outputs that is taking place at the abattoir. And what we intend to do, Mr. Speaker, in this financial year, under the Ministry of Constituency Empowerment, one of the projects that we'll undertake is to develop a poultry farm where we will target some of the unemployed women in the constituency, that they will lift their standards, and they will be in charge of that poultry farm to supply to the abattoir, and they can also do eggs as well to supply to the local markets and the local supermarkets as well, Mr. Speaker. All in an effort to provide employment and empower the women of the constituency, Mr. Speaker. Additionally, the Bells Farmers Group, a group that is very close to my heart, will continue to provide support to them. And through the Ministry of Commerce and Enterprise, we have a program in place to facilitate the packaging of the dashin in Bells. And we have already met with them, we've interacted with them, and we'll be taking this project forward in this financial year. You also heard the Prime Minister mention that there will also be a program in St. Joseph. And again, through the Ministry of Commerce and Rural Enterprise, we'll be working in this fisheries cooperative in St. Joseph. We've already gone ahead and done the training program, where a number of young men from Layu, from St. Joseph, from Mero, they have been trained, they have received their fisherman card. We provided the cooperative with some support. As the power rep, we'll provide them with some more support and ensure that at the end of the day, we can see them maximize that support and they can go out there and make a meaningful living out of fish. Because there is money to make out of fishing. A pound of fish is $10. So that is what we are doing. So when they talk about jobs, this is what we are doing, creating jobs in the economy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, tourism continues to play a major role in my constituency. We have the best beaches in Dominica in the constituency. And I speak here of the Mero Beach, the Surprise Beach, and the Layu Beach. So we have the best beaches, Honourable Daniel Lugay people took it, but it can be compared to the beaches in Mero, Surprise Beach, and Layu Beach. And the plan is, Mr. Speaker, and I will speak specifically to Mero first, and just Monday of this week, we had a town hall meeting in Mero where we are going to invest in the development of the yachting sector in the community of Mero. And I really want to thank the Minister of Tourism for working along with me as a power rep, ensuring that we can get this project off the ground. And what this will do for Mero is that it will do something similar for what yachting is doing in Portsmouth at this point in time. Boosting the local economy, providing jobs on the local level, ensuring that the services are being provided right here in Mero. We will build the jetty and put in the other infrastructure and ensure that the yachts can come into Mero and we can see greater revenue being made from the tourist dollar in the community of Mero, Mr. Speaker. In Layu, we've already constructed a permanent stage on the beach, which is already saving the community $9,000 when they are hosting the Titui Festival. And what we are going to do after the budget, we are going to do a washroom facility right there on the beach and also do some additional bars, permanent bars, and have the beach properly marked out because there are opportunities. And we are going to work with the Layu Improvement Committee to boost sports tourism in the community of Layu, Mr. Speaker. So all this is in an effort to provide jobs locally for the people and to ensure at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we can raise the standard of living for the people as it relates to tourism. In Bells, we have the Spani Falls. As I speak to you, Mr. Speaker, we are now doing some major works on the road leading to Spani Falls to ensure that the tourists who will visit that facility when the new cruise ship season opens will be able to walk on a proper footpath leading to the Spani Falls. So we will have special security and safety measures in place to ensure that the tourists can be safe going to that site, Madam Speaker. And in all of these communities, Madam Speaker, we have provided small business support that will now enable our people locally to be able to build on their existing businesses, to be able to open new businesses so that they can receive a tourist dollar and even dollars from the local economy. And that is important. So when the new season opens, the new cruise season opens, we will see a greater influx of tourists into the St. Joseph constituency. And Madam Speaker, it's just getting started because we are nearing the completion of the York Valley Bridge. And once the York Valley Bridge or the Glossier Bridge is completed, we will now see greater activity taking place in the Layu Valley area for both tourism and both agriculture. And you heard the Prime Minister mention in his address that we are now about to engage a firm to give us the designs for the road from the York Valley Bridge to Pocassi, a major road. And this road is something that as the power rep I am committed to because this is a major road towards the interior of the country.
That's right, that's right.
A major road in the interior of the country, Mr. Speaker. And additionally, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, we will continue through the Ministry of Tourism to provide support for community activities. So we have festivals in the various communities, and we'll get support for all of these activities and provide support for the vendors in these areas, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in housing, we've seen a transformation taking place in the constituency. As I speak to you right now, houses are being built. We've just completed houses in Bells. St. Joseph houses are being built. The washroom program is ongoing in the constituency.
That's right.
And we now have the new St. Joseph at Hillsborough Gardens, where over 30 houses were constructed. And we are now in the process, Minister Austri, of completing the other infrastructure to make available to the people of St. Joseph additional lots for the development of homes in the Hillsborough Gardens area. This is what we are doing. This is what we are doing, Madam Speaker. And I can tell you, one thing about this government, when we are selling lots to people, we put in all the infrastructure. We put in the lights, the roads, the telecommunication services. Because we know for a fact, Madam Speaker, that some of the private developers, when they sell to people, they miss out on the infrastructure, and the government still has to come in and put in that infrastructure for the people. But we are a caring government, and we'll continue, Madam Speaker, to invest in our people. And so I'm looking forward to seeing more people build their homes in the new Hillsborough Gardens. And Madam Speaker, we have a special piece of land in Hillsborough Gardens allocated for a modern playing field for the community of St. Joseph. And this is important. And we will commence work in this financial year on this playing field at Hillsborough Gardens, because we have produced in the community of St. Joseph a number of young men and women in the area of various sporting disciplines. In cricket, in football, we can boast of a number of people from St. Joseph who have benefited from playing sports in the community. And we will be starting work on this modern facility, and we'll be doing it on a phase-by-phase basis, Madam Speaker, to ensure that in this community of St. Joseph, in the new Hillsborough Gardens, we will have a new modern facility to meet the needs of our people, Madam Speaker.
You have 3 minutes left.
Some more time.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Honourable Minister be given an additional 10 minutes to complete his presentation.
Seconded, Madam Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the Honourable Minister be given a further 10 minutes to complete his contribution. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Continue, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I will move quickly now, Madam Speaker, to skill training in the constituency. Very important. As I speak, we have skill training programs taking place in bartending, in food preparation. We've just completed one in boat building. And in September, we'll be starting computer training programs. All in an effort to empower our young people for the constituency. And just last week, Wednesday, it was, Madam Speaker, I went to the community of Miro, right down the block, sat down with the young men in Miro, and asked them, what are your plans? What is it that you want to do? Because I saw some of them were interested in fishing. And we sat down and had a discussion. We dialogued together. I listened to them. And Madam Speaker, they told me what their intentions and what their plans were. And as the power rep, I listened. But not only did I listen, Madam Speaker, we've already made available to them we're going to make available a fishing vessel, an outboard motor, and some other fishing equipment, Madam Speaker, to continue to empower them, because they told me as a power rep that they are interested in fishing. So we're going to develop that skill for them, Madam Speaker. And right in Layo, we've allocated lands to Mr. Budley Carrett, a fisherman for several years, and also a boat builder, where he now has the opportunity and he has the avenue now, as he has been doing, to train young men and women as well in the skill of boat building. And that is something that is taking place. And we'll continue to provide him with the additional support that he needs to continue to boost on his boat building and also the fishing, so that we can see the young men of Layo, of St. Joseph, of Mero, getting that skill, which is only a few minutes away, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, we are well on track. Additionally, we will see the dredging of the St. Joseph River. This is a concern that has been raised in the constituency, in the community, and we will see some works being done to dredge the St. Joseph River. Very importantly as well, Madam Speaker, for the community of St. Joseph, is a vendors market and a resource center. The land has already been purchased by the government of Dominica. We are in the process of meeting with the architect to get his concept of the land and how the building can fit onto the land. And we'll be meeting with the community in the upcoming months to bring to them, Madam Speaker, the plan that we have for the development of the resource center and vendors market for the community of St. Joseph. In addition to that, we've already started a very ambitious program of completing all village roads. And we'll continue this program in the new financial year. The main road from St. Joseph to Layo, this bypass, very important. We will see works commence on that bypass in this financial year. Also, the continuation of works on the Bells Village Road, this will also continue in this financial year, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, a project that is very dear to my heart, and I must speak to it, because it has been on the cards for a while now. And this is the Emergency and Resource Center for the community of Layo. And this project was conceptualized, Madam Speaker, after the collapse of the Marpin Dam in 2011. And I can report, having gotten the information from the Ministry of Public Works, that the tender documents for that project have already been reviewed and a tender report has already been submitted. The CDB, which is the Caribbean Development Bank, has given its no objection to proceed to prepare the contract documents for the project. The approval of the contract is expected within 3 weeks, which is by 18th August 2017. After the signing of the contractor will be given a period of time to mobilize, and I've been advised about 4 weeks to mobilize, and we expect to see works commence on the construction of the Emergency Shelter and Resource Center for Layo sometime in September 2017, Madam Speaker. Very important project for the community. And this is part of the CDB project for the complete rehabilitation of also the infrastructural works from the Hillsborough Bridge up to the York Valley Bridge in the Layo Valley area, Madam Speaker. Additionally, the contract has already been signed for the works to the north of the Hillsborough Bridge, $5.7 million to offshore civil and marine. And we expect work to commence in this financial year on this project. Very important project. The area was impacted after Tropical Storm Erica. Madam Speaker, I must say this before I leave as well. The residents of Bells can now boast, Honourable Austri, that they now have the Wasco water in their pipes. Thanks to the government of Dominica, $4.5 million. $4.5 million invested in a small community of Bells, Penrise, Pont-Cassé, to ensure that we can bring potable water, Madam Speaker, one of your favorite words, potable water to the residents of Bells, Penrise, Pont-Cassé. And this is very important, Madam Speaker, because while they may say that there are a lot of sous and ravines and rivers in Bells, but at the end of the day, the safety of the residents of Bells and their drinking water is very important. And as the power rep, I made that commitment to the people of Bells, and I have delivered this product to the people of Bells to ensure that they now have potable water at their home, Madam Speaker. And I also ensured that the Wasco gave them the connection free of charge. Free of charge. And the residents have been coming, and number of them have already gotten their water at the home. And the Minister of Education and the Minister of Health, we have to ensure that the health center and the primary school, they are also put onto the system. So I'm hoping that by next week, there will be water from the Wasco at the school and at the health center in Bells, Mr. Minister of Health and Mr. Minister of Education. And so, Madam Speaker, there are a number of other projects that will take place in the constituency, but I will meet with my constituents one-on-one and at community meetings to bring across the information. But I really want to, Madam Speaker, to recommit myself as the MP to the residents of the St. Joseph constituency, a constituency that has stood firm with the Dominican Labour Party and a constituency that will continue to stand firm with the Dominican Labour Party, Madam Speaker. I want to say, Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. God bless the Commonwealth of Dominica. God bless the St. Joseph constituency, and God bless the Dominica Labour Party. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, can I be allowed to go to the other side for the camera? Madam Speaker, I am pleased to rise today to support the budget presented by the Honourable Prime Minister. The budget has comprehensively addressed many facets of the economic and social landscape, and I am pleased to make my contribution. Over the last years, I've been afforded the opportunity to lead the efforts of the growing Ministry of Tourism, and I'm happy to report on its progress today. A few, I say, persons may have doubted the Prime Minister's wisdom in appointing me as a senator, but I'm sure after today's presentation, many persons will change their mind. Madam Speaker, giving back is one of the most important things a man or woman can do. And this is why I stand here again today to support and to represent my beautiful country of Dominica. Madam Speaker, I sat and I listened to the Prime Minister's speech attentively. What struck me was the complete lack of interest by the opposition members, who are here not to represent themselves, but to represent the interests of the people who they are supposed to serve. The aim of the income tax reduction will obviously reduce the amount of taxes paid by a significant amount of individuals in Dominica, thus allowing them to use those monies for important things. But I say to the persons who are going to benefit from the tax reduction, let us not use those monies for things that are not important. Let us use them for the important things in lives, and I'd even suggest that they save those funds. But it was interesting seeing the expression on the face of members of the opposition. When these positive things are being said, they actually have no facial expression whatsoever. And as I said before, you are representing the people, so positive things for the people you should be happy for. Like one of the other members said, one of the incentives would be the funding of medication for persons suffering from cancer. Many of us who sit down in this parliament today must have persons who have suffered from cancer, who are suffering from cancer, and who have also passed away as a result of cancer. This initiative will make it a lot easier on them and also extend most persons' lives. So again, when these positive things are being said, one cannot just sit down then because it's not directly impacting you or benefiting you that you're not going to be happy for the people of Dominica. The same can be said for the support to families and especially parents who have children who have learning disabilities. As the Prime Minister said, and as we are all aware, many times the parents, one of the parents, have to make a sacrifice to stay home and take care of these children. So this initiative will touch the lives of so many people, so many individuals, allow them to take care of themselves, because many times the parents are very scared that the day that I pass, what is going to happen to my child? Will they be educated to take care of themselves? And this initiative will do exactly that. Madam Speaker, I fully support the incentive to the private homeowners, to the commercial property owners in the city of Roseau, and also the city of Portsmouth, as we begin the process of improving and beautifying the cities of Roseau and Portsmouth. Obviously, if the government does its part in terms of making the streets, the reduction of all the telephone wires in the air, making sure the gutters are all covered, we also want our houses to look a lot more beautiful. So this incentive will also allow individuals to take advantage of that and to be able to better afford these necessary changes. With regard to the small business initiative, Madam Speaker, I am just amazed that so much is being done for the potential entrepreneurs and those who are already in business. When I started business back in the day, you needed to find every single form of cash yourself. And we all knew how difficult at times it was to get monies from the bank. I myself vividly remember, and even though persons may think that I have been fed with a silver or a golden spoon, I remember when I went to the bank to get a loan for one of my businesses, which was similar to what the bank was actually doing. The bank took over 5 months to approve my loan. Okay, so these initiatives that the government has put in place allows persons who want to start their business, individuals who want to expand on their business, to have grants. And this new initiative will also allow persons at a slightly larger level to be able to access funds from the bank at reduced rates. Somehow I wish at some point I'll go back into the private sector and be able to capitalize. But I say to the persons listening out there, capitalize on the opportunities that are in front of you. They may not last forever, but if you can capitalize on them, you can make your businesses better, you can take care of your family and friends. During my presentation, I will highlight, the accomplishments during the past financial year for the period 2016-2017, and also speak of what we plan to do for the new period 2017-2018. Sorry, Madam Speaker. But in the meantime, I want to congratulate you and the Speaker of the House, for upgrading the power sockets. Obviously, the persons who are here are definitely in tune with technology, and I was able to plug in my devices very easy. So I see the members of the opposition are not even aware of that, so you can look right now. You don't have to plug in the sockets anymore.
I can't take credit for that. That's Mr. James and Mr. Labad's doing. Okay? I'm not computer savvy at all.
Madam Speaker, Dominica has positioned itself as the premier ecotourism destination in the region, and our product development and marketing strategies have reflected this vision. We are now in the process of doing our new rebranding. And one of the things that we are saying, based on the feedback from many of the stakeholders, is that in terms of Dominica, unlike the other islands of the Caribbean, people don't come to visit resorts built by man in Dominica. They come to experience an island built by nature, covered in unspoiled natural wonders and populated with a culture that finds joy in the purity of life. This is basically what Dominica is. Dominica is a beautiful place where persons come to enjoy nature and to experience the culture of our friendly people. Our mission, therefore, in the Ministry of Tourism is to create the enabling environment for our stakeholders so that they can benefit and employ as many persons as possible. Madam Speaker, we are also guided by the Tourism Master Plan. So many times when persons think we're just doing things haphazardly, we have a Tourism Master Plan which we follow and ensure that we get the results that we're trying to do. The Master Plan also identifies priority areas so that, and elaborates in terms of infrastructure, and gives us a proper vision in terms of how we move forward. Madam Speaker, I will first start with some statistics from the sector. I listened to the leader of the opposition, and clearly no research has been done with regards to what is happening in tourism. I hope that my learned friend and Senator Joseph Isaac will hopefully would have done some more research so that he doesn't make the mistakes of his leader and make ridiculous statements such as tourism the numbers for tourism has reduced by 20%. Obviously, I'm not sure what calculator he was using. But the fiscal period 2016 to June 2017 was a tale of two halves. July to December would have been we normally compare against Tropical Storm Erica. And the second half was compared to the recovery process. While arrivals for July 2016 declined to 8,800, while arrivals during July 2016 declined to 8,816 from 9,002 to 2015, overall arrivals for the quarter actually increased. Despite a positive growth over 2015, the July period to September 2016, we still have not recovered as we would like to. However, with the return of the World Creole Music Festival, we have seen definite positive results, and it also shows how important this period is. Stayover arrivals during October increased by 118% to 10,094 over 2015. For the period November and December, we continue to see positive growth. But very importantly, we're all aware that the first couple of months after Tropical Storm Erica, we had practically nothing. But even in 2016, although everything seemed fine, we had significant reductions in air access up to June 2016. So we still had our challenges, but despite all of that, we were very smart in terms of what we were doing and did our best to increase our numbers. However, the first 5 months of 2017, the preliminary reports show that we have an increase of 14.3% in stayover arrivals from 34,363 from 30,074 in 2016. So unlike what others may want to make you believe, we are moving forward in the right direction, we are gaining momentum, and we are not moving backwards. The arrivals for this period also surpassed the previous 5-month high in 2014 by 1.6%. So despite all of the challenges, despite of Tropical Storm Erica, we were able to gain back that momentum that we had lost. The strongest performing source market was France, with increases of over 46%. Arrivals from the United Kingdom also grew by 28.8%. Arrivals from Germany also increased. Even arrivals from the Caribbean also increased. So one of the things that we also did is that we've had some of the, what we call our source market reps, who are supposed to represent us. And we were not satisfied with the results that we were getting. And at that point we said, you know something, if we continue doing the same thing and expecting different results, then we're going to get the same results. So as a result of that, we changed all of them. And because we've been pointed with them and explained all that to them, this is why today we are getting these positive results. Arrivals from the USA also increased for the first 5 months. Madam Speaker, cruise arrivals in 2016, we received 163 vessels. These vessels brought 277,131 passengers. Unfortunately, compared to the previous year, this was equal, this resulted in a reduction of 1.6%. But although the opposition might be happy that we had this minimal reduction, I am not happy we've had any reduction in whatsoever. Why? Because any form of reduction means less money for the country, less money for the people, less economic activity. However, as a prudent department responsible for tourism, we look at all of the issues affecting tourism and affecting the cruise business, and have done so much over the last 2 years to ensure that we get the right number of ships. Actually, on Monday, we have a delegation from the Florida Cruise Caribbean Association coming to Dominica to speak with all of our stakeholders so that they can understand clearly what we are doing right, what we are doing wrong, and how we continue and how we have to move forward. But very importantly, I'm happy to state that based on all of what we've been doing, I just received the updated cruise schedule for the period 2017-2018. But obviously, that number changes as we move along, as some ships come on, some ships come off. But as of today, Madam Speaker, as compared to 163 cruise calls for the previous year, this year we're expecting 219 cruise calls. As compared to 277,000 passengers, 131. Should I speak slower? Yes. In terms of the expected arrivals, it's 414,256. you can well imagine this is a significant increase in the number of persons coming to our beautiful shore. We have to ensure that we do our best to ensure that the experience is the best one, because the cruise can be seen as what we call a familiarization trip. Someone comes to Dominica for 8 hours. They get to see a little bit. They get to sample Dominica. But guess what? If we do a fantastic job in making sure the customer is happy, making sure that they have a fantastic time, we are hoping that they will come back another time, but as a stayover visitor as compared to a cruise visitor. And why do we want them to come back as a stayover? A cruise visitor spends on average $66 US when they come to Dominica, as compared to the stayover visitor who spends almost 400 US a day. So again, our goal is to have as many persons come to Dominica and spend as much money in our beautiful island so that all of us have jobs and we can take care of our family. I also want to mention to all of the persons who are seeing this potential opportunity, the increase in our numbers, do not let these opportunities pass you by. We're going to have 100,000 more persons on our shores. Not all of them go on tours. Some of them walk around the city. There's so many little things that we can do. So much value added. Normally we take a coconut and we just cut it. Why not chill the coconut? Why not have a straw in it? Why not have a little tent so at least the persons are not in the sun? All of these things can add value. So as opposed to selling the coconut for $1, $2, you could now sell the coconut for $5. And you can well imagine how many persons you could sell to and the potential income. And we have the small business grants again, which would allow you to start those businesses. Whereas back in the day, many persons could not start the businesses because they didn't have the funding. They didn't have someone to guarantee the loan, or they didn't have anybody who they could trust to give them the money to start the businesses. In terms of visitor expenditure, the Central Statistics Office has indicated that the output in the hotel and restaurant sector and visitor sector, as the Prime Minister said, declined. However, in looking at the visitor trend in 2015 to 2016, particularly following Tropical Storm Erica, you can well imagine during that time, the type of individuals who came to Dominica many of them came for a slightly different reason. Many of them came as consultants into Dominica, therefore the spend was different. However, we continue to move things in the right direction. As we said, bringing back the World Creole Music Festival also helps us to increase back our spend. But things in the market are changing. Many persons are now staying at private residences because many times persons who come to Dominica, they have such a fantastic time, and they've come so many times, they begin to make friends and they begin to stay with other persons. With the advent of the internet, you have Airbnb, you have bookings.com. So many of these companies are actually competition to the hotels. So we have to also ensure that our hotels are top standard and we're providing the best possible service. So just for some statistics, we have, if you look at bookings.com, Airbnb, and all of these other providers, including our regular hotels, you have over 213 providers of accommodations. 80 of those accommodation providers are registered with the Discover Dominica Authority, and 21 of them are actually certified. So again, we have to ensure that we assist our existing hotels to come up to standard, because if you are at the standard, you can charge more. The persons are going to have a much better experience when they come to your properties. One of the other companies that we are part of, it's called the Smith Travel Research Incorporation, who provides a destination report and normally talks about the occupancy rates of hotels. So many persons will say, well, I want to see more people come to Dominica. But for our hotels, what is truly important is the occupancy rate. The more people you have in your hotel over the annual period, it obviously means that you are making more money. So there are 365 days in a year. If you have persons only for a quarter of that, it means that your occupancy rate is 25%. And it is said many times, for a hotel to be profitable, you need an occupancy rate of 40% and up. So the report from the Smith Travel Research clearly shows that for the period July 2014 to 2015, the occupancy rate in Dominica was 50%. For July 2015 to June 2016, the occupancy rate was 50.3%. But as I was saying, we've been making some major changes with our source markets. We're being more focused in terms of our marketing, in terms of the awareness, making persons more aware of Dominica. So for the period July 2016 to June 2017, that's 1 year, the occupancy rate recorded is actually 55.5%. So ladies and gentlemen, the occupancy rate in Dominica has actually increased. But very importantly, if you take that same report and you look at the great results that, as I mentioned before, that we had for January to June for 2017, where we've seen some of our largest and best numbers, the occupancy rate from the Smith Travel Research Company shows for the first 6 months, we have had the highest occupancy rates ever in the history of Dominica at 61.2%. Ladies and gentlemen, your government is working smart for you. So many persons try to shift certain things, but that is the main indicator. But however, I would say, as I said before, you have to have a property operating at the best possible standards. Your staff have to provide the best possible service and the experience, not on 1 day or 2 days, every single day. If we are able to do that, it then allows you to enjoy better occupancy rates. So, Madam Speaker, this clearly shows the numbers are increasing. The hotels are going to be in a position, or are getting in a better position to earn more income. But I want to advise them, let us use the funds that have been provided by the Citizen by Investment Program through the government of Dominica to allow many of those properties who do not meet the international standards to upgrade and take those opportunities. Madam Speaker, I listened to the leader of the opposition who talks about the creation of employment. One who does not know him would assume that he truly cares about job creation. But however, many of us would have listened to the owner of Jungle Bay, who clearly articulated that after the storm he was distraught. And he saw the Prime Minister, and the Honourable Prime Minister, gave him the confidence that whatever the government of Dominica could do or would be able to, they would assist in the rebuilding of that hotel. Unfortunately, the same leader did not share the same sentiments. He was actually discouraged. Can you imagine if he had listened to the advice of the opposition leader? The 67 young, hard-working construction workers who are now employed at Soufriya would not have a job. They would not be able to take care of their families. So clearly, he does not truly care about the employment of people. Madam Speaker, with regards to our projections, we will not stop here. We will continue working hard. The Tourism Master Plan, with regards to the medium-term growth strategy, suggests increase in arrivals of 5%. At least for the first 6 months, we have surpassed that. And our role is to continue moving forward in that direction. So based on an annual target growth of 5%, for the period 2017-2018, we're looking to increase arrivals to 82,204, but I will still push my team to try to get at least 85,000 visitors to our shores. Our expectation is that the number of visitors coming in paid accommodations will increase, giving rise to increased visitor expenditure to our people in Dominica. Madam Speaker, in terms of our achievements for the period 2016-2017, we have done so much. If I remember correctly, in terms of there's a terminology that I was not used to it in terms of the government system, in terms of our implementation plan. Many times persons say, hey, the government persons are not working efficiently, but I can say to you, in the Ministry of Tourism, we are serious about the well-being of our stakeholders. Our role, as I said, is to create an environment so that they can all benefit. I think at this stage, our implementation rate should be about 99%. We have been able to accomplish all of the goals that we had. In terms of tourism site enhancement, our major ecotourism sites such as Trafalgar Falls, Emerald Pool, Midland Falls, Freshwater Lake, Syndicate, Watton-Waven, Sulphur Towers, Sulphur Springs, Tito Gorge continues to attract a large number of visitors. Many of our ecotourism sites also traverse the White Scubuli National Trail, and we have to give support to that. The projects that we did benefited many persons: contractors, residents, hikers, visitors, users of sites, local vendors, tour operators, taxi drivers, lifeguards, tour operators, tour guides, business owners. So as you can see, tourism impacts so many persons in the community, be it directly or indirectly. So again, this clearly shows the reach of tourism touching many lives in the communities. And in terms of our tourism enhancement sites, over 60 persons were employed, and the cost of these various projects amounted to $594,732. And that was spent on the production of brochures to improve visitor experience, where we produced over 13,000 brochures for our various different communities so that persons can go to those communities and spend money in those communities. The rehabilitation works at the Freshwater Lake, the Middleham Falls, at Syndicate, at Trafalgar Falls reception, the upgrade of Trafalgar Falls washroom. One of the things sometimes people don't take much attention to washroom, but it's important that when your visitors come to your island, they want to have a washroom that they are used to. If not, just imagine a visitor coming to Roseau and they're not happy with the washroom. They're going to go back. So we have started a process of upgrading all of our washrooms. And I dare say to you, go to the Trafalgar Falls, to the Trafalgar Reception Center, and the same setup, the same type of faucets that you see in the United States, you'll see exactly the same thing at the Trafalgar Falls sites. If your hands are dirty, you don't have to touch the taps. You have the motion sensors. The same thing for the toilets. So we are moving in the right direction. And not only that, too, it helps to reduce the waste of water. We've upgraded the Trafalgar Falls Reception and Interpretation Center. We've done guardrails and a vendor storeroom at the new, and also a new change room at the Tito Gorge site. We've done work at Spani Falls. Again, in terms of community tourism continues to be an important aspect of the Ministry of Tourism, because obviously we want as many persons to benefit from tourism. You don't want persons going into communities and then the residents are not benefiting in any way, shape, or form. You can well imagine the reception the visitors are going to get. So a lot of work was done. We've actually provided support in the amount of $664,913 for many different things. One of them was the support of the Secretariat at the Dominica Community Tourism Association. Through this initiative, they've been able to hire a manager, they've been able to hire a liaison officer, and very importantly, they've been able to hire a projects officer. So now persons in the various communities can now have access to an individual who can actually write projects so that they can get funding, be it through the Ministry of Tourism or through other agencies. We've done the construction of the trail at the Cold Soufriere site, construction of 200 meters leading to a spectacular bat cave. Many times persons say there's not sufficient to do in Dominica. So one of our roles is to also increase the number of sites. So you can now go to that bat cave and see thousands and well, those of us who are brave and see thousands of bats leaving the cave or coming from the cave. And I'm hoping that the bat cave, that is close to Kalibishi. And I'm hoping soon that that might be the site that we can negotiate with maybe one of the movie companies to film the new Batman movie called Batman and Jason. We have we have rehabilitated the OPAC tourism facility in Vekas. And as some persons have said, we continue to support the yachting tourism, I call it. Why? Because, as I said before, a cruise visitor spends between $66 US per day in Dominica. A stayover visitor spends close to $400 US a day. But the cruisers who come on the yachts, they spend between $150 to $200 per day. And that is why I was surprised at the comment from the opposition leader saying, what is that about? Clearly, he does not understand. Take, for example, traditionally in Portsmouth, the peak yachty season is somewhere around March, April, where you have at most 75 to 100 yachts in the harbor. What we did, we worked with a new company, and pays the Ports of Yachting Association, and in February we were able to get over 100 yachts in Portsmouth. The great thing about that is that a yacht starts from one end of the island and it goes all the way to the other end. So even in Roseau, for the first time, many of you would have seen sometimes over 40 yachts in the Newtown Harbor. And when these individuals come to Dominica, they spend, they go on tours, they buy food, supplies, they buy, what do you call it? They buy even fuel. They purchase cooking gas, and maybe the Honourable Senator Denise Charles might see an opportunity. Parliamentary Representative Denise Charles. There might be an opportunity for providing small business opportunities for locals to provide the lovely, light cooking gas tanks to those persons on the boat. So there are many, many opportunities. As I said, in Portsmouth, the Pays Association, they received the contract, and now they've been able to make 20 additional moorings, which we put out in the sea, so that when visitors come, they have a set mooring to go to tie their boat to. And obviously, the guys go out, they make money from bringing in the people and tying them up. The persons rent the moorings, they make money from that. Persons take garbage and they dispose of it. So there's so many opportunities for persons to make money. We also constructed 10 picnic tables at Purple Turtle Beach, not only for the visitors, but also for us as Dominicans, because many of us enjoy those beaches. And when we go there, you have places to put your stuff. Beach enhancements projects were also undertaken in Salisbury, Tuckery, and tourism groups, where we provided them with benches and tables, so that, again, persons can have a better experience when they come to Dominica. Honourable Kelver Darroux spoke about the stage that was put together in Layu, so that they can enhance and they can have more activities as they continue to promote the TTB Festival and other important events. Following the passage of Tropical Storm Erica, even in Grand Bay, the Geneva site, the Geneva Heritage Site, there was much debris placed all over the site, and we assisted in ensuring that that site could be cleared so that the interested tour operators can now begin to send visitors to those areas again, so that Grand Bay can also get part of that pie. The Juridale Flower Show has great opportunities and great potential. We've also provided them with over $10,000 worth of seedlings, so they can replant the entire area, so that we can also have additional tours in those areas. We also want to thank the the National Employment Program for providing them with additional help to ensure that the area is beautiful. So we're hoping that this year, when persons go to the Geothermal Flower Show, they will see a total difference. On the urban renewal, a heavy concentration was placed on urban renewal. It was high on the agenda was the much-needed rehabilitation and focusing on sidewalks and drains in our beautiful city. Many of you may have heard of what's his name, our patois comedian. Unfortunately, one day he was walking there and he actually broke his leg. So over 202 meters of sidewalk and drains were rehabilitated from Fort Young to Clifftop Training in the Victoria Street area, costing over $99,000. And again, now residents from Newtown, the yachties coming from Newtown have a much better experience in terms of walking to Roseau. And this also ties in with one of our plans of creating what we call walking tours. So persons can start from the Bayfront, walk up to Fort Young, walk up to the library, walk across to the Parliament building, walk back down to the State House, walk to the Botanical Gardens. Again, all creating avenues for persons to generate income. So you can have tour guides now beginning to do walking tours to increase the income for the persons. We also work on the Kennedy Avenue. This project, we actually broke into 4 lots. Many persons are asking, why didn't we continue? But you must understand that everything that you do is based on budgets. So the budget that we had was for a particular section, and I'm happy that section has come out, and most of the praise that I get are actually from the ladies who see it has made a tremendous difference in terms of them walking with their high heels. In this particular project, we spent $229,000, where 218 meters of sidewalk and drains were rehabilitated. Over 40 persons were employed on this project, and this lasted about 6 weeks. We also did work on Hillsborough Street and Independence Street, where remedial work was done on the drains in that area. Many times, you will see the accumulation of water, and because we know how important it is to reduce rats, rodents, and also the proliferation of mosquitoes, we made sure that those roads were fixed, those gutters were fixed, to ensure that there would be a reduction of stagnant water. The Roseau Cleanup Program continues to work. I want to thank the staff, all the members of the team who are continue doing a fantastic job, and the dedication to the person, ensuring that the city of Roseau is much cleaner and much more palatable. Many persons who have traveled recently will actually say to you, you know something, Roseau actually does not smell the way it used to smell before. So not only this is better for our residents, but it also ties in with tourism, because when we looked at our scores from the Breer report, one of the things that we saw was that we were getting poor scores for the cleanliness of our city. So whilst we're taking care of our people, we're also taking care of the poor scores that we were getting from the Breer report. This project has over 20 persons who are employed, and we also work closely with the Roseau City Council and also the Solid Waste Department, because they also provide us with support in ensuring that the project works properly. In terms of the continued development of the city, I want to thank the Honourable Minister, Parliamentarian, Minister Blanchard, for a wonderful job that they have done on the new Roseau West Bridge. If you just, I mean, those of you who have actually been on the bridge, it's a beautiful bridge, and, and it sets the stage for what is going to happen in the rest of the city. Okay? So I look forward to the start of the Roseau Enhancement Program, which will then also move that beautification that you've seen from the West Bridge into the city of Roseau. Many of you who have children that attend the Convent High School, those of you who go to the Roseau Health Center, you would have realized that many times when you drove down that road, it was so narrow. It was actually dangerous because you had kids running around. It was very narrow. I want to really thank the citizens of Dominica who came from all over Dominica, not just Roseau Central, all over Dominica, and the Dominica Labour Party for doing a fantastic job in redoing that entire road. Today, when you drive on that road, it's so much more pleasant. You don't have to worry about the kids running around, and we look forward to the continuation of this project throughout the Botanical Gardens. Again, I want to also thank the Ministry of Public Works in terms of the street lights in Roseau. There were many areas that were dark. There were many areas where the street lights were I guess kind of not bright enough. And a lot of work has been done to upgrade and change some of those lights, making it safer for those of us who are walking late at night. So many of us, we're in our cars, we don't really worry, we feel safe, but there are many persons who still have to walk through the streets of Roseau, and those bright lights make them feel a lot safer. In terms of marketing, many of you would have heard recently of the Tourism Awareness Month, but in terms of, normally it starts sometime in May, and we normally do the activity in May, but this year we changed it. We started 3 months in advance, and many of you would have heard of the campaign. Before we had the campaign, Tourism is Your Business, but we actually changed it so that it could resonate with the individual. So we started saying tourism is my business. And you can well imagine all of the videos that went out, and I think the staff of the Discover Dominica Authority did a fantastic job, to the point that even when we selected a certain group of individuals to do it, it touched so many people that others wanted to be part of it, including the teachers, and decided to impart that knowledge on the students. And we're looking forward to working with the schools so that tourism can be part of the regular curriculum, so that persons truly understand the importance of tourism, but more importantly, the importance of providing great customer service. We've done many TV campaigns with regards to this, and we know that tourism is our business. So we hope that residents should better appreciate the significance and the enabling environment of tourism. In terms of training, as the Prime Minister said, training is key. And in terms of tourism, there are 4 pillars: the awareness, the marketing, the access, and the experience. But in order to have a good experience, you must have proper trained individuals. And one of the things that the Ministry of Tourism has done is to reach out to as many stakeholders as possible. So we speak with them on a regular basis so that the decisions that we make are the best possible decisions. Even down to the communities, the things that we're doing in the communities, it is not just our ideas, it is ideas coming from the people. That's where you have much better buy-in, and you have a much better appreciation for what is actually done at the end of the day. With regards to training, significant training has been done with the taxi drivers, and soon we realized that we're going to have a slight shortfall in terms of taxi drivers, so additional training will be done to ensure those persons are done. Recently, the taxi drivers also did a refresher course where they had someone from the Caribbean Tourism Organization, and I am really proud of those taxi drivers. Can you imagine a taxi driver sitting down for 5 days in a training session? And over 50 of them actually did that. So we're hoping that those taxi drivers who are now committed will now impact that knowledge onto the other members so that we can provide the best possible service. The same thing was done in terms of what we call our frontline vendors, hair braiders. Over 73 of them were trained recently at the State College. Again, to ensure that when persons come in, they understand what is service and they can provide the best possible service to them. In terms of tour guides, again, one of the things that we started doing, and that is why our scores have begun to increase. So even recently, when the representatives from the ministry, from the Discover Dominica Authority went to the various cruise conferences, the results and the scores that we get from each ship have begun to increase. Why is this important? Because remember, when the cruise executives are going to make a decision to come to Dominica, they're looking at really and truly two things. How good is that customer experience? Is my customer going to have a fantastic time and want to come back there? And also, it's a business, so they're also looking at their bottom line. How much money are we going to make when we come to Dominica? So we continue to train, and we've also realized too that the tours that have tour guides on board, the customers give the best scores for those. So we are pushing to ensure that every single vehicle that leaves the port facility will need to have a tour guide on board. But there's a challenge. Many times every year you have persons leave the business, so we are continuously training, and there will soon be new training for tour guides. So we ask persons to go to the Discover Dominica Authority and register for the new training sessions that will come very soon. In terms of training, we also did some additional stuff in terms of certification. There's something called the CVQ. What we have done, we realize again that we need to train our persons. So we've actually trained we've trained 5 master trainers. Why train 5 master trainers? It means that once these master trainers have the curriculum, they can now train the persons in Dominica. And just recently, 12 persons graduated with their CVQ certificate. And it's not just a regular certificate, it's a really serious certificate. A certificate that you can take to any particular island and it'll be properly recognized. However, I want as many persons to do it, but our role is to drive as much business to Dominica so that the persons who are trained will stay in Dominica and not go anywhere else. One of the things that we've also done recently, you'd have heard of a couple traffic accidents, and any one traffic accident is going to have a very catastrophic response. One of the things that we also have, we have a crisis management team. And what that team does in the event of any accident, it is initiated and we take control of as many things as possible. So many of you would have heard of the accident in Antrim. But again, everything was put in place, the machinery was put in place, to the point that although you heard lots of irrelevant talking on social media and on the radio stations, the most important thing at that time is the livelihood of the individuals and to ensure that the family members are notified and taken care of. For that same event, unfortunately, we received glowing reviews from the ships, okay, to say that we did a fantastic job and that we need to continue this model. So again, to all the members of the crisis management team, I want to say thank you very much. But again, you can't stop accidents, but what you can do is to reduce the risk. So what we've also implemented recently is that all buses must do a mechanical check a month before the season opens and also in January. Why? We're just trying to reduce the risk of accidents. In addition to that, what we've also done is that we also have what I call spot checks. So any vehicle that the members of the Discover Dominica Authority sees, you see oil leaking, or you see some really bad tire, or you see something wrong, or somebody makes a complaint, we can actually send them to a proper mechanical shop where we receive a report to ensure that the livelihood of our Dominicans and also the visitors are paramount. Because remember, when a vehicle has an accident, it's not just the visitors who have who gets injured, it's the driver gets injured, it means the tour guide gets injured. And if that bus is used for other hiring purposes, it means our local persons can get injured. So what we're doing is to try our best to reduce accidents so that we don't get those negative results. In terms of properties, as I said before, there's 218 properties, of which 80 are registered with the Discover Dominica, and 21, I said, were actually certified. So again, we had the consultations with the stakeholders. The stakeholders said, you know something, we need some additional help. You're bringing in these larger companies who will not necessarily compete with us because they're at a much different price point. But we want to have the opportunity to upgrade our properties. We want to have the opportunity to expand on what we have. So through the Dominica Hotel and Tourism Association, they sent out questionnaires to their members asking what did they need and what are all the requirements. So based on these responses and based on their recommendations, the government of Dominica approved practically 98% of their requests. One request we could not put in place was that we could not refinance loans. And I don't think anybody truly expects us to refinance loans, because it would mean you'd have to refinance the entire portfolio of all the loans of hotels in all the different banks. What would happen to all of these other banks? What would happen to the persons working in those other banks? Okay, so what we did was to provide that facility for the individuals through the Citizen by Citizenship program. And I can say to you that, to the best of my knowledge, 6 persons have actually applied to the program. 3 persons have been successful, and $2.5 million has been dispersed under that program. So I really urge other persons in the hotel business to look at the statistics, get the statistics to show that we are moving in the right direction, and prepare to take the chance. Business is all about risk, but business is about risk based on particular information. So if Dominica is trending in the right direction, if our numbers were flat, if our numbers were going down, obviously one would not want to take a loan. But if you are moving in the right direction, as we are all aware, the government of Dominica in 2014, the marketing budget was $4 million. Today, in the Parliament papers, our marketing budget is
You have 5 minutes left.
Our marketing budget is being increased to $12 million. A 200% increase. Yeah, I'll need about 10 to 15 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Honourable Minister be given an additional 5 minutes to complete his
10.
presentation.
10.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Honourable Minister be given an additional 10 minutes to complete his presentation.
Seconded, Madam Speaker.
So, Madam Speaker.
Can I put it to the House? It has been moved and seconded that the member be given a further 10 minutes to complete his contribution. That's not your prerogative, you know, my friend. I'll start again. It has been moved and seconded that the member be given a further 10 minutes to complete his contribution. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Continue, please.
Madam Speaker, we continue to put things in place. We are now members of CLEAR, which is the largest cruise organization, which allows us to interface with as many of the travel operators all over the world, again, to ensure that persons are more aware of Dominica. As I said recently, also, we are also platinum members of the Florida Cruise Association. Again, the CEO, Michelle Page, will be here on Monday, and we hope to have discussions with her and the public sector and stakeholders of the cruise business to ensure that we are all aligned and moving in the right direction. Much has been done in terms of promoting Dominica. Just for example, in the United Kingdom, a total of 29 print and 13 online articles were published in the United Kingdom. These stories had a circulation of, I figure it's so large I can't even say it, 421 million impressions. So there's a lot that we're doing, again, to ensure that people are more aware of Dominica. In the United States, North America, over 50 articles have been published with a combined media impression of $228 million. So a lot is being done in all different areas, including Germany, France, and we've been receiving many accolades. Dominica was named to the Ethical Destinations list of Ethical Traveler for the periods 2017, 2016, 2015, 2014, 2012, and 2011. So there are a lot of things that we're doing to ensure that people are more aware of Dominica. Sometimes persons say they have no idea where Dominica is, but we continue to do that. 5 companies obtained film permits for the period again, shooting filmed in Dominica, and crews originated from the United States, Guadeloupe, Dominica, and France. In terms of our budget for this year, as I mentioned, our budget has moved from $4 million to $8 million, which will give us the ammunition, again, to proper market the destination. You must have a proper message for persons to want to come to the beautiful country of Dominica. And I want to thank the Honourable Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, and also all my cabinet colleagues for having the confidence in the Ministry of Tourism and for approving these amounts which are in line with the Tourism Master Plan to allow persons in Dominica to benefit as much as possible. Madam Speaker, I'm just trying to jump through because I have a lot of stuff. In terms of tourism site enhancement this year, we have $1.4 million which will be spent to upgrade and do a lot of work in the various areas, including the Emerald Pool, including Milton Falls, including the Witch's Hut in the Indian River. As many of you know, the Pirates of the Caribbean was filmed there, so much work will be done to ensure that these areas are upgraded. Wharton Waven, some more work will be done there. Tito Gorge, the parking area and the parking lot. One of the things that we're going to do, sometimes you see many tourists lost around the city. We're going to have directional signs with proper maps that'll say you are here, and it'll take you to the next side. Under urban renewal, $1 million will be allocated towards the beautification and the enhancement of Roseau. Work will be done on the People's Park in collaboration with the Ministry of Forestry, the Old Market Plaza, the continuation of the Roseau Cleanup Program, the Bayfront. As you know, it is a little bit the weather has taken its toll on it, so we will be doing some work to beautify it. The beautification of some of the pedestrian streets in Roseau, additional work in Lago, and as I said before, in terms of the yachty tourism, we're going to be doing work in Tukari, where we'll be redoing the jetty and also providing some moorings in that area. Additional moorings in Portsmouth. We're going to be providing moorings, 10 moorings in Mero, and also a jetty. We're also going to be providing moorings and a small jetty in Newtown and also in Soufriere. Again, it's to try to diversify where persons go and to make it much better for the yachties. So if they come from the south, they can stop in Scotshead, and as they go along, they can stop. And what that will do, it will allow the money to spread throughout the length and breadth of Dominica. In terms of human resource, as we've said, we're also working with the Dominica State College. Many of us know that the State College has an associate program, but many times the individuals who work in the hotels, they don't really want to do all of that. So the State College is also changing their program so that you can actually do specific courses from that program to ensure that you have the requirement skills for the workplace. And we are working directly with the Dominica Hotel and Tourism Association, and these are some of the things that they're saying, and we're working directly with them. Again, we're not just doing these things we're not just doing these things just like that. We are doing it with the proper consultation with our stakeholders. Very, very importantly, one of the challenges we have is our air access, and as was articulated earlier, we have to ensure that after we've done all of this marketing, we can further improve how persons come to Dominica. And many of you are aware that Norwegian Airlines has a new schedule with additional flights coming to Dominica, and many persons have taken advantage of that. Flights as low as $79 US from Guadeloupe, Martinique to the United States. But when you come in, there are no direct flights to take you to Dominica. So what has happened many times, you have to overnight or you have to take the ferry to come to Dominica. So we are working with Air Antilles to ensure that when these new flights start, we can have direct flights from there to Dominica so that you no longer have to overnight. And just recently, Air France has also stated that they will be flying into Guadeloupe and Martinique from Atlanta, which means additional access into those islands. So what we are doing, until we build our international airport, we are using everybody else's international airports as our airports. In terms of the South, we are happy that TIA Airlines is also going to begin, I think they've begun a charter service, and by October they'll also provide additional service from Honourable International Airport. And many persons say, but what is so special about Honourable International Airport? But those of you who don't know, the Honourable International Airport provides almost as many international flights as Barbados. So if we can give persons additional choices, it means it'll be a lot easier to come to Dominica. We are also in discussions, and as the Prime Minister has clearly articulated, and many times persons say, well, what are you going to do when the international airport starts? How are you going to bring in all the flights? But I think we must start from now. And that is why if we can bring in a much smaller aircraft into Dominica, and we know that it can land in Dominica, you can bring in a 75-seater or 100-seater. So we are in discussions with the providers of such service so that by next year we can have international, I'm not sure if you want to call it international flights, but you'll be able to take a flight from the USA direct into Dominica. Again, and this is very important because what this does, it makes it much more easier for persons to come into the beautiful country of Dominica. So we are working on that, and we are confident that we'll be able to achieve these goals in the very short future. I want to also thank the other ministries for some of the interventions. In terms of roads, the York Valley to Poncassi, which will be worked on, Coptol to Mont Prosper, Egliston, the Egliston Road, Cabanis retaining wall. The Mont Bruce is very important for us because many of our visitors go to the Mont Bruce area, and much work is being done.
You have 1 minute left.
Thank you. So, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Tourism is very committed towards tourism. We are very committed towards our city. But I also want to say a couple of things. I want to thank all the residents of Roseau for the continuous support that they have given. As I go through the city, there's so much that I see that has been left undone, and I'm not sure what the PAL rep for the area has been doing. I want to also thank the Ministry of Commerce for all the work that they have done with regards to the small business, with the small business grants. 91, Madam Speaker, they're disturbing me. I can't even hear myself. So I want to thank the Ministry of Commerce for granting 91 small business loans, grants, to residents of the city amounting to over $734,000.
Your time is up.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much.
Madam Speaker, I move that this Honourable House be adjourned until Monday, 31st day of July, 2017 at 10 a.m.
Seconded, Madam Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that this Honourable House be adjourned until Monday, 31st of July at 10 a.m. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. This Honourable House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. Monday, the 31st of July, 2017.